The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time, kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's up, gang? Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, 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 hello. And hello. Thanks for showing up. My name's Alan Cox. Happy to be here. Well, hey, Bill Squire's here, too. Say hi.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Mary Santora is at iHeart New York.
What up?
No problems today.
No problems at all. Is it today a day?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. It's my head is pounding.
I feel like ass,
I just
dude.
feel like it's like I don't know what's going on. I've had
And why are we
a
here?
headache
Let's go
all
home.
day. Well, they don't pay me to
crap.
sit at home. They pay me to perform. But
no, but they pay you.
My head.
They give you days to take off if you're
my
not feeling
head
good.
is exploding. But see, that's what a professional I am, Bill. The show must go on.
It must not. It would be the best news in the world if you were like, we're only going to go till 4
Well, now I'm definitely not going to go anywhere. Now I'm going to power through. Gonna power through. I think I probably slept weird or something. I think I was doing fine until my daughter crawled in at about 3:15 this morning, and then I'm just clinging to the edge of the bed at that point, just trying to hang on. So I probably just slept weird on my neck or something, but man, my head's just pounding all day today. I hope I don't have a brain tumor or something. Is it bad if it's only one side of your head that's throbbing and pounding? Could I have
looked at?
Could I have a brain tumor?
Yeah, that's that you gotta get that looked at right now. Go to the.
I don't think
room.
that anybody is going to be able to see me at 6:30 at night when this show.
You go to the emergency
see
room.
You at 3.
Mm-hmm.
See me at 6:30, boy. I don't know if that's going to happen.
Yeah,
I guess we'll find out.
My
Is your head
roommates had the
throbbing
flu.
too?
No, but my roommates had the flu all week, and she's starting to feel better. And I woke up today feeling like absolute garbage. Been coughing. I'm blowing my nose. I feel like my voice is going. And then I was.
But that's probably got more to do with you being in the clubs than being around her. Are you guys breathing the same air? I mean, you're not in the same room.
We live in the same house.
Yeah,
yes.
but you got a huge place.
Yeah,
How far is her room from yours?
But the common areas. She's still in the kitchen and in the bathroom. We share a shower. You know
you
what
guys
I mean?
have one bathroom.
Yes.
That big old place, you got one bathroom?
Yeah, just
And
one bathroom, one kitchen.
Wow.
So
And you said you share a shower? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Oh.
Pretty
Well,
hot.
that's probably got something to do with it then. Especially if the water's too hot. Just carries all those
too hot.
germs and.
So I woke up feeling like crap today, and then I was supposed to meet a friend for lunch at 11:30, and I'm 15-minute walk from the train station. I got all the way to the train station before I realized I didn't have my work badge or my Metro card. So I had to turn around, walk all the way back. Meanwhile, feeling like crap, sweating, cold. It's 55 degrees outside. There's no reason. So then I had to walk all the way back. Made a couple scrambled eggs because I obviously missed the lunch and then came in here.
Was it a business lunch?
Not really. I mean, this is a guy, he's like a director and he's done a couple things with some comics I've worked with. But we weren't like meeting to discuss any future plans or
Did he
anything
hear
like that.
about your award-winning turn as a gritty New York lawyer?
He has not.
In that other film?
I don't think so.
When's that going to see the light of day?
I think I got cut from that, remember? Because I flew out to L.A. and
Yeah,
then
but I didn't know
COVID.
I didn't know if we got confirmation that you had been cut. I know that they did reshoots and you couldn't be there.
From the time that I told him, hey, I can't be on set today, I have COVID, I have not heard another word. So I'm going to assume I'm not in that movie.
He was really pissed, wasn't he?
Well, there's nothing you could do. I mean, what are you going to do?
Yeah, I'd be pissed too. But there is nothing you can do about it.
I would have just not said anything. I would have got everybody sick.
Dude, I had like 104-degree fever.
Wouldn't have
I was
said nothing.
disgusting. Nope. I couldn't have gotten out of bed, man.
Mary's roommate was kind enough to send me some audio of Mary in her bedroom last night. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the audio of them sharing the shower. Do I have that right? That's the audio of you guys sharing the shower? Yeah. Well, don't breathe on anybody there at iHeart New York. You know, that's where all the A-list people in this company work. And so don't get any of them sick.
Nobody's here.
Don't breathe all over. Oh, so Friday is the same at every iHeart office is what you're saying.
Yes.
I see.
There is no one
I've
here.
been the only person here since like 9 this morning. Yeah, okay, well, there you go. You can run around with your pants off. That's the best part. That's what I do. You know, we have all these windows facing Euclid Avenue. I'll just run up and down, pants off, living my best life, the time of my life. All right, well, listen, I appreciate your commitment to this program.
I'm here.
You are here, and I'm here, and we're all here. And Poundcake's here. How did your thing go last night? I didn't get to watch.
I had some technical
Cake
difficulties.
by the lake. What are the technical difficulties on Instagram Live? You just push start and...
Well, I'm inviting people to the live, so I don't know if it was a Wi-Fi issue, if it was an Instagram issue. So I started it, and then I sent the invite, and then I just, froze. So no one could hear me for, the first, 2 minutes. And then I had to I couldn't close it. It wouldn't let me close it. It just completely froze. And I don't know if it was a system thing, if it was a my phone thing. So when I finally did get the live to work, it's posted on my Instagram, but I can't, there's still a glitch in it because I can't see how well it's doing. I can't see the insights. It says 0 plays, which I know isn't true because I've been getting comments and likes on it, but I can't see how many people have watched it. So I shook my phone and sent a message to Instagram, can you guys fix this?
Mm-hmm.
And
who was on with you?
Mixing with Nixon, Stay Beautiful America.
Who? Scott Nixon is his name.
Scott Nixon.
Okay.
I call him Mixing with Nixon because he's a bartender and he makes awesome drinks. But he has a
But nobody got to see him.
He did. They did get to see him.
Oh, I thought you said nobody was able to see the video.
I had to restart it. That was the technical difficulties. Just when stuff goes down here, we don't just stop. We troubleshoot. So we troubleshooted and got it to work, and then it was fine. But the initial start was rocky.
Oh, I see.
It was the first time I've done invite to my Instagram Live, so I didn't know how to work it. So it's probably my bad.
And you were able to see how many people answer that invite?
That's not how it works. So you invite one person to the live, and then people can just watch your live who follow both of you.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So after that, it went pretty well.
And how long was it?
They're only 15 minutes because I'm not verified yet.
And people can watch it now?
Mm-hmm. They can go to my Instagram and watch it.
Okay. And once you get verified, how long will they be able to be?
I think you can be on for an hour. You can post an hour to.
So if you're unverified, you can only be on for 15 minutes.
That's what no. You can be on live as long as you want, but you can't post it to your page as one full video until you're verified. I found that out too because there's people that I followed and they do hour-long podcasts, Instagram TV shows, and I didn't realize that they had to be live to do that.
There's people that I know that are not verified that have 20-minute videos up and stuff like that.
On Reels?
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
I'll send you one right now.
Okay. Yeah, send it to me because that's what happened to me when I did it the first time. My first live was 20 minutes and it wouldn't allow me to post to my page in one full video. Now, if you do a swipe or whatever, that may be that's maybe one way to work it, but I haven't figured that out yet. It's still in its infancy. So.
Okay. Well, there you go. But Radio Cody B is where people can watch it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm going to take a break here. If you want to send me a text for anything, 35192. If you're listening on the iHeartRadio app, you can drop messages there, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
iHeart, are you ready?
Our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards are coming to Fox.
Live from Los Angeles, Monday, April 1st.
The biggest stars from all genres of music are nominated, and it's up to you, the iHeartRadio listener, to decide who wins.
And the iHeartRadio Music Award goes to...
The iHeartRadio Music Award goes to...
Who had the best lyrics? Who had your favorite tour style? The best music video? Best fan army?
Get your votes in for these categories and more at iHeartRadio.com/awards.
And get ready to celebrate with all of the artists who are nominated.
Hey, it's Taylor Swift.
It's your boy Jelly Roll.
21 Savage, the Foo Fighters.
It's Olivia Rodrigo.
Hi, this is Shakira.
It's Morgan Wallen.
What's up, y'all? I'm Beyonce.
We're Fall Out Boy.
And there are so many more.
Make plans to join us April 1st, live on Fox and iHeartRadio stations across America.
For our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Hey, it's Rover. Are you looking for a super offer for Super Bowl 58? DraftKings Sportsbook has you covered. New customers can bet on the big game and turn $5 into $200 instantly in bonus bets. And with DraftKings same-game parlays, everyone's got a shot at an even bigger win for Super Bowl 58. String together multiple bets from the big game for a shot at making your payday even sweeter. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code BUZZARD. New customers can bet $5 to get $200 instantly in bonus bets. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 58. With code BUZZARD, the crown is yours. 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Physically present in Ohio. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/football terms.
Hurry up, dude. The game's about to start.
Nothing beats spending the day watching the game with your buddies.
Dude, I'm literally right here. Let's do this.
Which is why a shelter insurance renter's policy is key to your winning game plan. It protects things your landlord's policy doesn't.
Dude, where's your TV?
What? Oh, no way, dude.
Like that flat screen TV that just got stolen. To draft an agent for your team, visit shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
Hey, Mackenzie here. If you've been looking for a car, truck, or SUV that's in stock and ready for immediate delivery, you'll find it today at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. With 23 brands, 50 locations, and over 6,000 new and used vehicles in stock, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at the perfect price. For the location nearest you, visit KenGanleyAuto.com. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
Dive into hibernation mode with a huge deal on deeper sleep during Mattress Firm's President's Day sale. Shop now to save up to $500 on select Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets and receive a $300 instant gift for pillows and more. Plus, get free and fast delivery to your door. Restrictions apply.
Some people just know bundling with Allstate means big savings. Just like they know the right ingredient means big flavor. They know honey on pizza is where it's at, and olive oil on ice cream is the cherry on top. And they know when you bundle home and auto with Allstate, you can save up to 25%.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Make everything you do more epic with Spectrum Mobile and the new Samsung Galaxy S24 series with Galaxy AI. Order from Spectrum and get $700 off with a trade-in. And now, you can get Spectrum Mobile for $15 a month each when you get 2 unlimited lines. Get the new Samsung Galaxy S24 series with Galaxy AI today. Visit a Spectrum store or SpectrumMobile.com. Offer subject to change, valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Show your love this Valentine's with exquisite fashion jewelry from Diamonds Direct and save an extra 20%. Now through Valentine's, all fashion favorites at Diamonds Direct are on sale. All earrings, all bracelets, all necklaces, stackable bands, colored gemstone jewelry, and more. Lots of romantic and timeless gifts for under $500. Special financing available too. Don't miss this. An extra 20% savings on all fashion jewelry favorites at Diamonds Direct. Shop in store or online at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
It's winner chicken sandwich, lunch, and dinner at Gecko Cafe and Market. Taste the craveable goodness of their signature home-style or spicy chicken sandwiches. Build your own with Gecko's topping combos that can satisfy any appetite, starting at $4.99. And Gecko's made-to-order drinks are now beverages with benefits. Add a pump of dietary supplement syrup to fruit smoothies and more to give yourself a boost of energy or resistance. Plus, with My Perks, you can save on fuel when you redeem the perks you've earned. Gecko Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Hey, it's Corey Roddick. ESPN Bet is now live in Ohio. As the official sports book of ESPN, it's the only place to find daily exclusives and offers with your favorite ESPN personalities and shows. Sign up today, and new users get $100 in bonus bets for making any sportsbook bet. Find all your favorite markets and bets like in-game wagering, cross-sport parlays, teasers, all the props you can handle, and more. Download ESPN Bet today. What a play. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
It's winter savings time at Conrad's. Get up to $375 off 4 select Goodyear tires, including the popular Weather Ready, perfect for Cleveland weather. Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road.
Shop can't-miss deals on appliances this President's Day at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an extra $75 on every $750 you spend on all major appliances, like LG, America's most reliable line of home appliances. Shop in-store or online for more deals you can't beat. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 2/28. Savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Progressive presents Flo and Jamie announcing a monster truck rally.
And here comes the obliterator.
Whoa! And he's up on 2 wheels. That can't be safe.
Oh, I don't recommend flipping your car backwards.
Did he even check his blind spot?
And the car's on fire.
I definitely don't recommend that.
This is one of my recurring nightmares.
Progressive is all about keeping it safe, so bundle your home and auto for 24/7 protection. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Coverage not provided for monster trucks. Not available in all states.
Traffic.
From the Elkin Elk Traffic Center. Serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Still dealing with that wreck taking out the right shoulder, 77 northbound after I-480, and a crash out in Newberry, State Route 87 at Munn Road. See something we don't? Give us a call, 216-986-8888. I'm Mike.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Dive into hibernation mode with a huge deal on deeper sleep during Mattress Firm's President's Day sale. Shop now to save up to $500 on select Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets and receive a $300 instant gift for pillows and more. Plus, get free and fast delivery to your door. Restrictions apply.
The NFL playoffs are here, and there's no better way to stay up to date on the latest from our league than with the Around the NFL podcast. Join me, Dan Hansis, and my buds, Mark Sessler and Greg Rosenthal, for news and fresh content all playoffs long. We've been doing this together for over 10 years, and the playoffs always offer up something we've never seen before. Listen to the Around the NFL podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Heed the call.
Presented by T-Mobile for Business. Now is the time for 5G Business.
When the world just seems too crazy. Gaze into the eyes of a child, because you'll probably find a booger. And man, is that a hoot. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
(216-578-1007) if you want to join us live on the phone. 800-348-1007. About 10 minutes from now, I'll have more money for you. $1,000. About 30 past every hour. Courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. 5:30 this afternoon is going to be the very last keyword for the week, and then they will start up again on Monday morning with RMG. Cavs over the Nets last night. They've won 8 straight. Pretty sizable win, too. 118-95. They're in Brooklyn. They will play the Raptors in Toronto tomorrow night. 7:30 is your start. 7 o'clock is when that pregame will begin. You can hear all of it here on WMMS. Immediately following the Cavs game, our metal show, it's called 2 Hours to Midnight, normally starts at 10, but with the 7:30 Cavs game, probably start a little bit after 10. But we'll give you 2 hours of nothing but metal. It's a lot of fun to do it, a lot of fun to play the stuff that we love. I'm your host. Corey Roddick and Pat Butler join me every week as well. So we throw local stuff in there and brand new metal and a bunch of classics from all around the world, I might add. We've pulled great metal from Mexico and Peru and France, and anybody who's out there making really loud noises, if we dig it, we'll play it. So that'll be tomorrow night after the Cavs game. You remember a Cavalier named Robin Lopez?
Of course.
He was here for a cup of coffee. This is a guy who, we had him on the Bulls for a few seasons. He's played for a lot of teams, Robin Lopez.
Yeah.
Journeyman player. Drafted by the Suns, played with Shaq for a bit before Shaq came to the Cavaliers. And he's just made the rounds, and he just got traded by the Milwaukee Bucks. He got traded to the Sacramento Kings, where they are expected to waive him, and he'll just become a free agent. But upon finding out that he got traded by the Milwaukee Bucks, he just went to the game that night and sat in the stands and read a book, or sat courtside, or, sat courtside and read a book.
I think his brother's still on the Bucks.
He probably is.
Yeah.
So how does that work? If you trade to a team and that team waives you,
you're a free agent.
Right, but why does that team grab you? The upside is what?
Removes salary cap space, and there's financial aspects of it.
Okay. So he gets some money in this deal, or
well, he gets his contract's guaranteed.
Gets paid out.
Yeah. So, but it's just
because he's not young.
They don't. Well, usually, this is just financial maneuvering.
Okay.
When you're trading for a player in order to waive.
It's bookkeeping.
Yeah.
So I don't know if people are going to be salivating to pick up Robin Lopez, but I just like that he's like, hey, I'm leaving Milwaukee. I think he'd only been there he's played for him on a couple different times. But every team he plays for, he's there for about a year, maybe a season or two, and he moves on. So, again, I don't, guy's almost 40. See what happens. But I think that's a great way to approach being let go of any job. These days people get really, really nervous. Obviously, it's a different situation if you're a professional athlete because they will still let you into the venue and blah, blah, blah. Whereas most of us civilians, you get let go from your job, they immediately deactivate your email. They immediately deactivate your key card if that's something that's appropriate to your line of work. They have security go to your desk. They escort you out of the building. Standard operating procedure. But it would be great if you could just go back in one more day and go, you know what? I don't work here anymore. I'm just going to sit here at my desk and read a book.
Well, if he wasn't in the locker room and stuff.
No, he's out there courtside.
Yeah, so that's just like attending a game. I don't think he had access like he normally would.
Yeah, but he probably didn't have a ticket. He just walked into the venue. Sat courtside.
But do we know that? You're speculating.
I am, but
what if he?
Do you think the guy had a ticket? You think the guy bought a ticket to the Bucks game?
He walked in. All the security guards know him.
Yeah,
he didn't buy.
And he probably talked to what's his name? Who's the new coach? Doc Rivers.
Oh.
He goes, "Hey man, is it cool if I'm leaving Milwaukee?" Yeah.
Well, I don't think they can do this anymore. So, what they could do in the past is you'd trade a player. They'd get waived, and then they'd re-sign with the team that they were already on for less money, and that was kind of like.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but you can't.
You have to quit first to go back and work for them again.
Well, you have to get traded first.
Yeah,
there's no quitting in this.
Well, no. I mean,
it's not like he's fired.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, under normal circumstances, it would be like if your company goes, "Hey, we got to let you go."
They do it all the time with guys here, where they let people go, and they go, a month later, why don't you come on back? But we're going to pay you less.
Hey, do you want to come back and you can make less money or you can have no job at all?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, isn't it great? Alan, are you guys going to be doing a welfare check on Poundcake on Sunday?
I invited him to my house for the Super Bowl party.
It's also, of course, the 12th anniversary of Whitney Houston's death on Sunday.
Yeah. Oh, we'll watch the her legendary performance at the Super Bowl where she sang the national anthem.
National anthem.
If you come, Poundcake, we'll watch that.
Okay.
What are the chances of you going to Bill's Super Bowl party?
About 50-50. I asked my brother what he was doing, and he usually has like a little thing at his house, but I think he has his son, so I don't know if that's still going to be a thing because we like to drink, we like to party. So if I could like stay close to home, and Bill lives right up the block from me, so.
And I assume that your brother is aware of the "if you can't whip them, you can't watch them" mantra that you live by when it comes to children.
They made my kids when he is in their presence, I don't babysit them. That's his thing.
Right. But I mean, you are an extra pair of hands.
Nope.
You know, parents always appreciate an extra. Oh, you're not. You'll sit there. Kid could be climbing up the walls. You
I'm
just
like,
sit.
Ryan, come get your kid. He about to get electrocuted.
Right. All right. Well, anyway, Whitney Houston will be 12 years on Super Bowl Sunday.
Crack.
Yeah.
Marty is coming, and I was like, Martin Malloy, he's been on the show before. He opens for me regularly. Very funny guy, very strange man. And I was like, would you like to come to my Super Bowl party? He's like, yeah. I'm like, what would you like to eat? Because he's very particular about what he likes to eat. And he goes, mashed potatoes with real butter and corn on the cob. And I was like,
You think it's a picnic?
I was like, this is a weird request. He's like, that's what I want. I was like, all right.
You did ask him.
Yeah.
Who's all coming?
Him, my buddy AJ and his girlfriend Alex, and then our friend Leslie, and her husband, and then maybe you and Marty. So it's not like a big get together. Just a small little.
Oh, I thought there was gonna be hoes. There's not gonna be any hoes there.
You want me to invite a hoe
Bring
for
a
you?
hoe. Bring one.
You want me to invite a hoe for you?
Yeah.
Why do you want a hoe there?
I thought there were a plethora of hoes. I just thought there was gonna be hoes.
Why did you think that?
I don't know. Like just a party.
A super hoe party? That's what you thought you were going to?
A party's not a party without hoes. That's the first thing I ask about anybody. Christmas, Thanksgiving.
Well, if you come,
I gotta say, any of the parties we've had at Casa Cox, there's never been hoes. At least not
Then you've
specifically.
never had a party at
specifically invited hoes.
Poundcake, if you come, then there'll be at least one hoe.
Yes.
So.
Sometimes you have to be the hoe in the room.
But I'm always the hoe.
And Bill will be, if he were going to invite any, there'd be female hoes. That holds no sway for you.
I mean, that's fine. You can, just as long as there's hoes. There ain't no hoe unless there's.
I mean, the girls that I'm inviting have had hoes. They're retired hoes, we'll say.
Retired? They hung up their IUDs?
Yeah. They're just in happy relationships now, so I can't,
All right.
That's not their thing.
Well, you can't make a hoe a housewife, so just give them enough time, and that bomb will go off.
Who can be a housewife in this economy anyway?
Seriously. #tradwife.
Mm-hmm.
People are telling me that they changed that rule, by the way, because of Zydrunas Ilgauskas.
That's right.
Yeah. So he did that. He got traded, and then they brought him back to the Cavs. Is that what they did?
I think so, yeah.
All right. The big Z rule.
Or it was, I don't know if it was when he was with the Cavs or with I think it was the Cavs. Yeah.
All right.
And he was inactive yesterday, so he was still technically a part of the Bucks team. So
Robin Lopez was.
Yeah, he just walked in and was like, hey, I'm not playing tonight, but I'm going to sit here and read a book.
Now, Bill, just so Poundcake knows, your party, should he bring anything? Should he bring a dish or bring a bottle of wine?
BYOB.
BYOB.
If you want to drink anything, you bring it. I'll have some stuff, but what's that?
I said I'll bring my own liquor.
Bring your liquor.
Bring your liquor.
Liquor.
And that liquor.
Let me give you
any food requests, Poundcake? Anything that would maybe
chicken bites, like a little
whatever children like. Have that there for him.
That's Super Bowl food. What are you talking about? Like I like a good what did they used to have it like pizza?
Children's food is Super Bowl food. You're talking about like bar food. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
No, that's fine. That's I can get some chicken bites. Probably like I'll probably just get some nuggets or something and throw them in the air fryer. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. I'll have some buffalo chicken dip. Doing some
guac.
I wasn't planning on doing guac. But
You're not going to do chips and salsa?
I have chips and salsa. I got that.
Okay.
Just didn't plan on guac.
Cody, does that up the ratio from 50-50 to maybe 60-40 or 70-30 5:30. Or...
Well, Bill already. I guess I should say he has a bigger advantage because he's closer to me, and I can.
Walk over.
I can walk over and be drunk. So that is.
Oh,
a
you
plus.
can. You guys are within walking distance.
Yeah, I could stay at my brother's house, but then I have to like drive home in the morning, and kids running around, and dogs, and I sleep on the couch.
Yeah, walk over with your liquor.
My liquor.
It's $1,000 here, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Listen closely. You get one of these in hours, so I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Money, that's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Hey, you guys were talking about the word to describe your pizza. Poundcake was calling it crusty. Alan and Bill were saying crunchy. I think the word everyone was looking for was crispy, because definitely don't want a crusty pizza, even though there's crust. That was Poundcake's argument. And I don't think anybody wants pizza to crunch. I think that's going to be a problem. So crispy would be the word that I would think most people...
No, I said crunchy because I mean crunchy. What do you tell me what I meant? Crunchy is the word that I said because that's what I mean. I think what you guys meant was, what the hell is crispy pizza? You know, today's National Pizza Day, somebody told me.
Got my pizza
So this could
necklace
not have come at a better time. What the hell is crispy pizza?
The crust is crispy.
Crispy crunchy.
I hear chewy a lot. He didn't mention. I said crunchy because that's what I meant.
I feel like crispy and crunchy are pretty much, you can just switch those out.
By the way, they're all interchangeable. Everybody likes pizza a different way. I mean, thin crust pizza is the most popular pizza, but some people say crispy. Some people say crunchy, right? I mean, the border of a pizza is called crust. You said you have a pizza, Mary?
I have a pizza necklace. I have 2 pizza necklaces.
That you're
It's
wearing
my favorite food
right now?
I'm wearing my pizza necklace right now. It says pizza on it. I love it. It's probably my favorite. One of my favorite gifts I've ever bought myself.
Goes well with the baseball cap that says meow on it.
That's the cat thing.
Yeah.
One of my favorite
I'm
gifts
sorry,
I've
did
ever
you just
bought
tell me that
myself.
the meow cap was a cat thing?
Yeah.
Ah.
I did a show for like a fundraiser show for an animal shelter, and they had hats that said meow and hats that said woof.
Mm-hmm.
And I grabbed the meow one.
All right.
A wolf hat.
Well, you didn't work that fundraiser, Bill. So I don't know.
Went right past the pussy hats, I guess, right?
They didn't make 'em.
next week.
They didn't make those for the cat animal rescue. All right. Well, I'm glad you deciphered it because I would have been very confused.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, for the people telling me it's National Pizza Day, I don't know what that guy's talking about. We said what we said. You call it whatever you want. But they still say New York pizza is the best pizza, I guess, best kind of pizza.
Dude, the pizza's so good.
I finally had Geraci's. I don't know if I mentioned that, but
Didn't you have it like a year ago?
no, I had it a couple weeks ago.
No, you had it
We
before.
had it when it opened. We all did.
When did I have it?
They brought us pizza.
I didn't
like
have
5
any.
times they brought us pizzas.
I
You
did
never
not
ate a
have
single
any.
slice.
Nope.
No, he did have because
No, I didn't.
We cut you a
Yeah,
little thin
yes.
slice.
Remember, I brought you like a
The
third
Allen
of a
slice.
piece of pizza.
I don't remember that.
And you ate it.
Well, anyway,
threw it in
I
the
had a
trash.
full slice from there, and it was pretty good.
That's very good.
Yeah, it was good. But again, New York pizza is not like my favorite. I guess I'm in the minority on that because that's what everybody shoots a load over. But
But you're also from Chicago.
but I don't like deep dish. Like I didn't grow up eating deep dish either because I agree with people when they say it's just a doorstop of cheese. I agree with them. But obviously when you're in New
But
York,
then you like
go,
those
hey,
Lou
let's go get
Malnati's,
it.
and
Huh?
you get Lou Malnati's, and those are deep dish.
Yeah, those aren't real deep dish though. I mean, the ones that they ship to you, I mean, those are like a manageable version of. But the criticisms that people have of Chicago pizza, I fully understand. But New York pizza, it's good. Doesn't taste bad, but people love it. Anyway, all kinds of places, wherever you get your pizza, they're probably doing something for today. And I would not have known that if somebody hadn't told me or texted me. Or what did it say? Tell Mary to calm down. It's pizza day. Or cheer up or whatever.
Calm down.
Cheer up
I'm
is what
like
they-
so
Or
docile
take
right
off.
now.
She's
Yeah.
super
Or
calm today.
let's all get out of here and go get some pizza and celebrate Pizza Day the way that God intended.
I love that. There's a pizza place right on the corner that's supposedly famous called Ray's Pizza. And it was actually in
That's
the movie
the
Elf.
race.
Well, yeah. Well, in the movie Alfie, it's like there's like 30 Ray's pizzas, but the real one's on 11th. So I'm assuming that's the same chain. I haven't tried it yet, but I planned on getting some on the way home tonight.
Pepperoni and anchovy.
What
You
is
going to go
wrong
for
with
that?
you?
No, it's not for me. That's what people are telling me.
No.
Okay.
If I could pick one pizza topping, and this is not a popular opinion, if I only get one topping for a pizza, it's mushrooms.
If you have to just go one topping, you say, give me mushrooms.
Yes. What's your one topping?
Pepperoni.
It's so boring. What's your
How is that any more boring than
Love.
mushrooms?
Mushrooms are different.
Yes, mushrooms are different than pepperoni. That's
They're
true.
not as good as pepperoni. Pepperoni
I don't know, man.
is
Not into fungi, man.
yeah, mushrooms are. I don't mind mushrooms on a pizza, but it's not anything I ever request.
It's my favorite topping.
Can you get over to Greenwich Village?
I could, but it's not close.
I know that, but you can walk, take a couple hours.
I already walked 45 minutes today. I'm not walking anymore that I have to, because then I still
Well, next time you're over there, go
another 20.
Go to John's on Bleecker.
Okay.
It's pretty tasty.
I'll try it.
Alan, New Haven, Connecticut has the best pizza in the world.
That Mystic
That's
Pizza?
what I've heard. New Haven, Connecticut.
Is that where Mystic Pizza is?
I thought that was in Massachusetts.
Is that? I don't know.
I don't know. It's been a billion years since I saw Mystic
I've
Pizza.
driven up that way from New York to Boston and seen the sign like Mystic Pizza, this exit.
I see. Early Julia Roberts. Delish. The only thing foxier
That's
than
my
that-
favorite topping, Julia Roberts.
Julia Roberts.
Put
Or
that on a
Annabeth
pizza.
Gish. A young Annabeth Gish is a delish, too. Okay, well, there you go. You'll go get mushroom and cheese after work. And do you have to go up tonight?
No.
Okay.
We finally got our internet set up. So we haven't had any internet, and I only have like one bar of service in my house. So I've been on a house hiatus I'm getting house withdrawals from the show. So tonight my plan was actually to get a pizza to take home with me and then sit on the couch and watch House. That's my entire plan for
That's
tonight.
about what my plan is tonight.
Yeah.
My girl's coming. We're going to watch House, eat pizza.
Yeah.
When's dinner with the parents? Tomorrow?
Tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Everybody's got all figured out. And Poundcake will be by himself.
Until Sunday when he comes over. And,
Yup.
hangs out with the ex-hoes.
You could bring pizza rolls on Sunday, Cody. Throw those right in the air fryer.
Okay. Well, I'll consult with Bill.
I was reading about how pizza influencer is a job now, too. There are pizza
I would
influencers.
love that job.
You try it.
You'd be £1 million.
I don't care.
Well, no, I think a lot of these people, they're like, oh, this is so good. And then, they take a giant bite, but that's all they have. It's like the hot chicks.
Yeah, one
that
bite, everybody knows the rules.
Yeah, pretend that they're downing a hamburger. And Pizza Blonde on social media has 33,000 followers. She's in Boston. Chicago Pizza Tour Operator Steve Dolinsky has 38,000 followers. So pizza influencers is, listen, you can take any noun, put influencer after it, and if you can monetize it, that's your job. There's an online ordering platform called Slice, and they're looking to hire a pizza influencer, and they're going to pay them $110,000 a year. And
For
on
real?
on top of giving you money to buy pizza, yeah, the salary is $110 a year. So look into that. It's probably in New York.
I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah.
I have to physically stop myself from ordering or from getting a slice more than twice a week. 2 times I am allowing myself to eat pizza.
That's
twice
not
a
that
week.
bad. Twice a week?
Well, because every day I want to get it. And it's usually because it's open after shows.
Right.
Like 11 o'clock, I'm walking to the train. There's a slice shop right there. It's like
Right.
just enough food that it's not too heavy. It's just one little slice, costs $2. But I have to stop myself. Otherwise, I would eat pizza every single day.
Do you reach slowly into your purse and pull out the celery you brought with you?
No, I'm not bringing celery.
All right, well. I got to take a break here. If you want to text me for anything, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch if you like. And we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free
Visit thehartford.com/small business. With insurance designed for your small business, the Bucks got your back.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
Our phone operators are standing by with their thumbs up their asses waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. That's where you can email me if you need to. You can watch the show there, too. Who's helping out today? Thank you to Chedwin Willowalker for assisting in the video department. Appreciate ya. Hey, Cavaliers win last night in Brooklyn, a 118-95 over the Nets. They head up north of the border tomorrow night to play the Raptors. That's a 7:30 tip-off here on MMS. You can also listen on the iHeartRadio app if you're so inclined to do that. And then they're back here at home on Monday night to play the Sixers at the Romo Fijo. If you listen to us on the app from out of state, you can listen in Brooklyn. You can listen in Toronto. You can listen in Scottsdale, Arizona. That's where Beth is one of our bureau chiefs. Kyle is in St. Louis. Mike is up in Hamilton, Ontario. Jonathan is a new listener in Clanton, Alabama. Selena is in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Somebody asked me this morning if I went to the Madonna show last night. I was surprised that they asked me. Sure, way back in the day, I did have a Madonna T-shirt. It was that Foxy True Blue. Remember the Dweezil Zappa guitar that had the True Blue era Madonna on it? It was all blue, but she had like the short shock of that blonde hair. Had that T-shirt. But, I did not go see Madonna last night. We had Jim Florentine in here yesterday, and he was going to a show. He was doing the Winchester tonight, but he came in early because he was going to John Five, who plays with Motley Crue now, but used to play with Rob Zombie and used to play with Marilyn Manson. He did a show at the Winchester last night. But 14,000 other people were at the Romo Fijo. Madonna did not sell out. This was the postponed show.
Mm-hmm.
Because she had hip surgery or something. It wasn't because of COVID. This was postponed because she got sick or she had to have surgery. And if you saw any of the, maybe you went to the show last night. The write-ups on it were pretty good. They're like, look, she's 65, but she's still Madonna and she's still doing a good job. It's when you're on that Jumbotron. That can't be your friend anymore because Madonna has done a lot of things to her face. And it's in no way shaming her to point that out. She just has. And so for people who went, I was clicking around last night and they were talking to people who had gone. And they were like, oh, fantastic. And
she's still Madonna. She puts on
she's
a show.
Still Madonna.
She's got tons of hits.
26 songs.
Fine, yeah.
2.5 hours.
Was she late?
She was.
How long? Because wasn't she like 2.5 hours late or 2 hours late to the one show?
Yeah, and I think she blamed the venue or she blamed the promoter or something because a couple of guys are suing Live Nation and Madonna because of the show that she put on. I don't know if it was in Toronto or New York or something like that, but she didn't get on stage last night until 10:10.
Jeez, I was already done in bed. I did my show at High and Dry. And she's just going on at 10:10.
Now, I don't know if there was any opening act or anything like that, but the write-up in Cleveland Scene, the guy who went, he said that he had a couple of minor complaints. One of them was that she went on at 10:10. RuPaul's Drag Race 8th season winner Bob the Drag Queen came out to introduce. But if you're going to do 2.5 hours, for that crowd, by the way, there are no 15-year-old Madonna fans. So you're Gen Xers or older. And maybe younger gay men. Maybe.
Maybe a few millennials my age, like old millennials.
Not me.
Older
like
millennials.
Me,
I'm talking about like 40 up. Yeah.
Yeah, because like Madonna was before my age and I'm 34.
Well, and everybody can get into music that predated them, but I just don't think of every generation has their Madonna.
Right.
So you
Ours
don't
is
have to go
Gaga.
to Madonna. What's that?
Ours is Gaga.
Gaga. There you go.
Mm-hmm. I like 3 songs by Madonna.
Which ones?
I like Hung Up. That's like the...
She did that one.
Yeah, I like that one. But that's like they have the instrumental of, what is it, ABBA?
Okay.
The whatever it is, the Man After Midnight, I think that's what it is. And then Devil Pray, which is not a single, but she did that with, what's his name? He's dead now. The DJ.
Avicii.
AM?
Avicii, yeah,
Avicii.
the one that sliced his neck.
Yeah.
And then the one he did.
He did. He broke a wine bottle.
That's a
himself.
weird way to say it.
He decapitated himself. And then the last song I like is 4 Minutes, and that was with Justin Timberlake.
What's that one? Time goes by.
That's 4 minutes.
Is that one?
So slow.
slowly.
Oh no,
yeah.
that's Hung Up. That's Hung Up.
Oh, that's hung up. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess like late Madonna.
I mean, that's when we were teenagers.
Yeah.
I thought there were some egregious absences. You're going to do 26 songs, and you're not going to do Papa Don't Preach?
I don't know that one.
You don't know that one?
That's early Madonna. They don't know that one.
That's such a popular song. There's no way you don't know that one.
She's like doing songs from her movies that nobody cared about. But it's her show. You know, this is exactly what I'm talking about.
What movie was Madonna in?
She's in a bunch of movies. Evita, so she does Don't Cry For Me Argentina. She was in Shanghai Surprise. The single from that was Live to Tell. And so she's doing those.
No.
You've never seen Madonna in a movie?
I've never seen Madonna in a movie.
Dick Tracy. I mean, she's not memorable.
I've seen Cher in more movies than Madonna.
League of Their Own. Her and
She's
Rosie O'Donnell are great in that movie.
But that's like an ensemble thing. Yeah. Now, she's done a ton of movies.
Speaking of...
but they're not memorable movies.
80s movie soundtracks, I got a nod coming in today and a Have a Good Weekend. I had my windows down. I had my sunroof open.
Oh, you're talking about here at the parking garage.
Got some more parking garage attendant cred as I was playing. And I did not think this was going to be one that got me a fist pump, but it got me a fist pump and a Have a Good Weekend. And it was Don Parr, St. Elmo's Fire.
John Parr.
You
got a fist bump off that.
Yeah.
Wow, well done.
Because that chorus gets you going, man.
You want to be a man in motion.
Yeah.
You were a man in motion.
I was a man in motion.
You stopped only to let the gate go up.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you would have plowed right through it.
Right. I don't want to do that. I got a new car.
Boy, God bless Rob Lowe. He's the only dude who looks exactly the same from St. Elmo's Fire. Everybody else, they've aged as people normally would. Demi Moore still looks good, but she's had... This Rob Lowe, this guy must have a painting of himself getting older in the basement or something. I don't know. This dude looks awesome. So you're Blair and St. Elmo's Fire. Yeah.
It just felt like a good driving into work song.
Did John Parr ever have another song?
I don't know. I thought his name was Don Parr, so.
Was he the guy that did Naughty Naughty? Yeah, I remember Naughty Naughty was the song before St. Elmo's Fire that gets played every so often.
It just showed up on my day list, and I was like, oh, yeah, you get me.
But he wrote a lot of movie theme songs, but people remember St. Elmo's Fire. He did 3 Men and a Baby. He did The Running Man.
Oh.
He's British. But St. Elmo's Fire was the big one that everybody remembers because he got Grammys for it and, you know.
This music sucks.
Really?
80s music. This 80s poppy, I hate it.
Wow. Oh, it's so good.
It's so bad.
It's not your generation's music.
Yeah.
So it probably is grating to your ear.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, that's a song that you listen to on a sunny Friday afternoon when you're feeling like you're soaring higher and higher.
That would not be a go-to song for me, but I would never call it garbage if somebody was playing.
I mean, it's not a go-to song. It just happened to be playing when I drove in.
Yeah.
And it's not a song that I'm going to turn off because I haven't heard it in 100 years. So I'm happy to hear it for the first time in a long time.
The 80s are no different than any other.
This is a good song.
Than any other decade. There's a lot of great music. There's a lot of trash. But to Mary's ear, that is no good at all.
No.
She's not like a synthesizer.
She does not.
Huh. All right. I mean, there's plenty of synthesizer music in current music.
It's just like it.
It's a different.
John Mayer did a whole album.
No, he did not.
Sob rock.
Wasn't Sob rock?
It's supposed to sound like the 80s,
But it
by the way.
doesn't.
Yes, it
It
does.
does.
I heard
Okay,
it.
let me ask you how many.
And you said
tracks,
you said it was like your least favorite John Mayer record.
How many tracks off that album have you two listened to?
I listened to the whole.
I listened to the
album.
whole thing.
You did.
Yes.
Okay. I like probably 4 or 5 tracks off that album, and then the rest of them I can leave.
So the
But it
one
does
the
not
ones
sound
that
like-
I think it's
sound
his best work.
the ones
It does not sound like what you just played. It
the
does
ones
not
that
sound
sound the least like 80s.
Yes.
Okay.
No, it doesn't sound like that, but it sounds more like new wave. It sounds more like Simple Minds and Tears for Fears and stuff like that.
Well, when you say 80s music, I hear synthesizer. Let me see what's on that. Yes, this is a good song.
New Light is
This-
good.
New
This
Light,
was the
this is a
single.
good
This is. I give this more of a Depeche Mode feel.
Wild Blue is a good one. I guess I just feel like is a slow one. That one's good. So I guess I like 4. Last Train Home is good. This does not sound the same as what you just played.
No, I didn't
No,
say it did.
but his point, John Mayer's point, was to make this reminiscent of 80s pop.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that it isn't. So, like, shouldn't matter, but it does. I guess I just feel like those are like slow ballad songs.
No, you just love John Mayer so much that you're gonna be like, I'll still listen to this, even though it sounds exactly
guys
like
are
80s
annoying.
music.
No,
It
we're saying
doesn't.
you're that's the mark of a true fan. You will listen to whatever they're doing.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. Poundcake's never seen Desperately Seeking Susan.
Bro, who has?
I have.
I mean,
That's her best movie. The bar is low, but Desperately Seeking Susan is a legit good movie.
I haven't seen it.
League of Their Own, great movie, but it was an ensemble thing.
What year was?
A lot of them are garbage. Shanghai Surprise, she and Sean Penn, they were together, so they're like, let's make a movie, and it was god awful. Dick Tracy, okay. Evita,
Dick Tracy's
right.
such a crazy.
It's just strange. It's weird.
That was around the time when they were like, okay, we can make these comic book movies and people are gonna like it, and then they made Dick Tracy, and they didn't know if to make it a kids movie or make it kind of horny, and so it's got some horniness to it, but it's all within this real pulpy comic world, and it's just a strange one, but I love it. Warren Beatty rules as Dick Tracy.
It's like
it's
cartoon.
not a good movie,
no,
but I love it.
It's like a Dayglow version of Sin City.
Yeah. Oh,
It's
that's a perfect description.
It's a weird kind of, but I mean, she was married to Sean Penn, so they make a movie. Terrible. Marries Guy Ritchie. He puts her in a movie. Awful.
Which one was she in?
Swept Away. It's like
Oh.
20 years ago. Anyway, Madonna, God bless. She did 26 songs last night at the Romo Fijo. No Papa Don't Preach, but threw in a bunch of other stuff. Hey, Bill in Lakewood.
Hey, Al. Hate the show.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Bill from Lakewood.
Hey, Bill from Lakewood.
Body of evidence where Willem Dafoe was dripping the candle wax all over her.
Oh,
She was
yeah,
dripping the
yeah,
candle
yeah.
wax on him.
I think that's the only scene I really watched from that
Yeah,
movie.
that was
but
supposed to be like their
sexy.
version of
9.5 weeks.
something, yeah. Go ahead, Bill.
That was all the
Sorry.
whipped cream and crap.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt. So this shows you how the superstar divas are so out of touch with the regular paying folk. So, there's a class action suit going on against Madonna because she's starting so late. So the inside info, she did a 2-hour sound check. 2-hour sound check. And if anyone interrupted her, she would start over again. So she went on at 10:15. Okay? Her concert ended at 1:45 in the morning.
Yeah.
Now she has an older fan base and a younger fan base. You can't believe how many people were streaming out of there like midnight.
I believe
gotta
it.
work the next day.
I can absolutely believe it. That's a late night.
Oh, and then she basically shut down the whole arena so, like, the people that work there and keep everything going, like, you couldn't get to half the places you had to go to. It was, out of all my, I think, Al, by the way, I'm the guy that met you a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't remember, but I remember. It was an honor.
We met at the basketball game.
There you go.
Yeah,
Great memory. Yeah.
Bill in Lakewood, boy, we're talking for a few minutes. This guy's running around. He's like the go-to dude over there. Everybody's like hitting him up for stuff. People who work there, they're like, hey, Bill, can you do this? Bill, can you do this? Like, yeah, I got the walkie-talkie on him. This guy was like a whirling dervish over there. That's what I remember.
Cool. Well, thank you for the compliment. Yes, it's all chaos. Don't ever believe that it's a fine-run show. So, but just between the price of what she charged and people just absolutely livid, because once you get in there, you can't leave.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, the only thing to do was, basically drink. So, and yes, all the beers were cold and the liquor was running fine. So.
All right.
A lot of beer being sold at Madonna shows. I'll tell you what, it was weird when I was leaving work last night and you saw all these people filing over to the Romo Fijo. It looked like a lot of girls dragging their husbands to this Madonna show. So the guys who were headed over there.
I didn't notice any traffic.
There was a lot of people all downtown here going to that Madonna show.
Oh, yeah, when I left, it wasn't.
There were a lot of dudes in like
yet.
camo baseball caps and their wives dragging them over there. So a lot of dudes doing good work by their wives last night.
Yes, it was a strange mix. There was half, guys getting dragged in there, and then the younger Madonna crew was very uniquely dressed. Is that a good way to put it?
Mm-hmm. Uniquely dressed, sure. Yes, very diplomatic of you, Bill.
Thank you. Yes,
okay.
I'm getting where I gotta go on the other side and retire. So.
All right. Thank you, Bill.
All right, guys.
All right. Thank you. There's Bill in Lakewood as one of the guys that making things happen over there at the Romo Fijo. In other mom news, moving on from Madonna, remember the lady who got into trouble because she had the OnlyFans sticker on the back of her car?
Yeah.
Well, her kids have been kicked out of that Christian school. They had to have seen this coming. A friend of mine is down at Fox 35 in Orlando, and she was like, hey, they had the woman on like they have shows around here, like Get the Hell Up Cleveland or whatever they're called, right? And so they had the mom on one of these morning shows explaining what happened. I didn't realize it required explanation. You're sending your kids to a private Christian school, and you're picking them up with the OnlyFans wagon. Somebody's probably going to have a problem with
that.
Approximately 3 weeks ago, I actually got an email from an angry parent that had found me on Facebook, and she reached out to me, and it wasn't until the next day that I got an email from the school saying I couldn't have my car on the property any longer.
So is it just one angry parent, or did that then incite other parents to be upset with you?
That's the only parent that's came to me with concerns. I'm sure, obviously, that there's more out there that maybe have issues, but that's the only one that has brought it to my attention.
And the school came to us, and they said if she removes this, she can come back.
Do you think that the people who are interviewing her went on OnlyFans to do their due diligence, right? They did their research. Because she's like Florida in a box, right? Blonde. Big jugs, sleeve tats. Yeah, right. The whole thing. I mean, she's cute. Looks like an OnlyFans mom. But these two probably, in the service of doing research, probably subscribed and got a look. It's her and her husband, of course.
Did you consider that? Where was that thought process?
They had said if I removed it and I removed all social media, that's the most recent thing when they expelled the kids. They said.
So let's talk about that, because you mentioned removing all social media. What is OnlyFans? And, without getting into a whole lot of detail, what do you do on OnlyFans?
All right. Why are they asking this? Okay, could you explain? Of course, the people watching Good Day Orlando probably legit don't know what OnlyFans is.
Do they know what her
And now
name
she
is?
has to explain what's that?
Did they ever say what her name is? I just want to know.
Piper Fawn is her name. But I think that's her screen name. I don't know if they give her real name.
Okay.
But, yeah, she's Piper Fawn on OnlyFans.
I don't want to Google that on this computer, but I want to know.
For those of us who want to do our own research,
what her
up
husband
here
looks like
in Ohio.
Could get these parents upset.
OnlyFans can be used for a lot of different things. For me,
they do give her name,
it is
Michelle
explicit
Klein.
material, just my husband and I. But I'm not saying that. It's just simply a link on my car. And even then, it's blocked by a paywall, and you have to have ID to get through. There's other websites out there that don't even require that have a lot easier access to see explicit material before mine would.
How long have you been doing OnlyFans?
About 3 years now.
And what made you start doing it? I'm so sorry, Ray. I'm just so curious about this. What made you start doing it?
She gonna start
my
one too.
husband and I have
Well, I
always,
was going to say,
had
the
little
reporter talking to her looks like she's looks like somebody who would be on OnlyFans. She's got like this skin-tight tangerine dress on, and she's got the extensions in. Maybe these two had a conversation after the segment.
gear lifestyle where we've just kind of, we always share pictures between the two of us and that sort. So we were never really shy to have a camera in the room with us. And then when OnlyFans kind of took off around COVID, it seemed like you started hearing a lot more about it and a lot more people started doing
She's got to have contacts in, right? Those aren't her real eyes.
I was like,
She's got like cat eyes. Or,
doing it, and it seemed to be more acceptable. So we figured we would just give it a shot. And at first we started very mild, just, editing, covering faces. And then we just kind of said, if we're going to do it, let's just go for it. So.
We want to read the statement from the school as well. They had basically said they want people, it's not queued up, so I'll just go on to the next part of that. They were basically saying it's a private school at this point. All right, so here's the statement. The school said, in part, Liberty Christian Preparatory School is taking appropriate action to protect the innocence of children. There's an argument as well. One, that's part of it, but also...
yes. Christian schools known worldwide for protecting the innocence of children. Congratulations.
Like they would have protected the innocence of children a lot better if they hadn't brought it up.
Yeah.
And now it's something that is going to be talked about a lot at the school. Yeah.
Yeah, well. Yeah, well, they had her on, and I don't know if she was pleading her case, but they had her name and her, and she's letting everybody know, hey, this is what's going on. Don't let any private institution, and again, that school's well within their rights to do that, but she's letting people know, don't let any private institution harsh your mellow. My husband and I are going to continue making content. It is putting the kids in a weird spot, though, too. I mean, if those kids hadn't been expelled by the school, you have to think the parents would have pulled them out. I don't know if they're known for pulling out, but listen, those kids would have probably eventually been subject to some kind of mockery or disrespect just because their parents are living their best life. Mommy, is that how we were made? No, honey, you can't get pregnant that way. I got a break here. I'll have more money for you. 3:30 is the next keyword from the Buzzard bookie. If you want to give yourself $1,000 going into the weekend, and who wouldn't? And I'll have another spot, last one to get on Bill's Polar Blast team. Ices. We're going back to Boston Mills Brandywine a couple of Fridays from now, and we'll put you on his team next.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio
the call.
Presented by T-Mobile for Business. Now is the time for 5G Business.
All right, we go one more spot for our annual Polar Blast Battle. Well, one more spot on Bill's team, Ices. You want to join up? You can have this last slot here. We go back in 2 weeks from today, February 23rd, for the 2024 Polar Blast Battle, our annual tubing race at Boston Mills Brandywine. Each one of us with a team. Totally free. Open to you guys. You want to come hang? We do our race. We go party in the lodge. All the details are for you at WMMS.com. One more spot on Team Bill. It is yours if you are caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
You'd flee a wildfire.
Evacuate.
You'd prepare for a hurricane. But there's no escaping this disaster.
It's one of the worst disasters that I've seen in my career.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I think you can still register to get on Poundcake's team. The Astro Sliders. At WMMS.com. And then we will complete the circuit. Next week, we'll put people on Mary's team, Snow Babies. She will be joining us on the 23rd for the Polar Blast Battle. Thank you again to Statement Limousine. They get us there and back so we can have a good time. And thanks also to our friends at Circle K because they're providing the prizes. They're doing their buy two, get one this weekend at all Circle K. So if you find yourself near one, good things are afoot. And of course, as I mentioned yesterday, and it bears repeating, Circle K, the only place you can get, say it with me, the Jack Link's Wild Dr. Pepper Snack Stick. I'm going to get some, and I'm going to mail them to you, Mary.
Please do. I just finished the last of my Dr. Pepper. I
Yum.
had one yesterday.
The last of your Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, I bought it yesterday. I drank half yesterday and half today.
Is that one of the 25-cent pops that they have there? It's not, is it?
No. I had to. This I bought from a little bodega.
Ah. All right. OG DP, or it's the
Zero.
Zero.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care for Zero Pop. It tastes
Dr.
weird to me.
Pepper is not, it really is not bad.
Okay.
Zero Mountain Dew is one of the worst diet pops I've ever tasted in my life.
I don't have a lot of experience with Diet Pop, but Mountain Dew Zero, it doesn't even taste like Mountain Dew to me.
No,
It tastes, I don't know what it's supposed to taste like, but there's something in it that is, it's inconceivable to me.
It's really bad. Mountain Dew Zero is, I mean, I'll venture to say the worst diet pop I've ever had, except those Zevias. I hate those too. Those things are nasty.
Oh, are they really? That's the artificial sweetener pop?
Yeah.
They're terrible. You try and trick yourself into them when you're on a diet and you're like, nope, I'd rather just not.
I'd rather drink water, honestly.
Oh, they're that bad?
They're so
They are bad.
I'd rather drink water.
They taste terrible. And then they're also all clear. So if you get like a cola flavored one or like a root beer flavored one, and then you pour it out, it's clear, and that just breaks.
Messes with your mind. Yeah.
You're like, this is stupid.
Well, there you go. The great promise of artificial sweeteners not always lives up to it. So yeah, next week around 3:20, right around this same time, we'll get 5 people on Mary's team. And then the final week before we head up there, you'll be able to go to WMMS.com and vote on which team you think will win this year's Polar Blast Battle. And a person who guesses that correctly can win all the prizes that the winning team gets, courtesy of Circle K. I'll have more money for you in about 5 or 6 minutes. It's $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. You have plenty of chances every day to get that money. 5:30 will be the last one. Then, of course, we'll usher in the weekend with the Bill Squire Friday Get Down.
We do it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Start the weekend.
To start, I'll tell you what. Here's what we should do. We should do one per hour.
No, that's the worst.
And then
news.
Mary can what?
After the first one, I'm leaving because that's how we officially start the
Listen,
weekend.
I'm only doing one.
I see. Well, he only does one.
Yeah.
And it's going to be.
He's only got the moxie for one.
3:38.
It's going to be at about 6:09. Because that's how we officially begin the weekend around here. Alan, I don't understand Bill's Polar Blast team name.
Ice is. Because then you're going to be like, who's going to be ahead? Ice is.
Does that explain it, sir or madam? I don't know. They can't answer me on the text, but.
Got to say it a little faster. Who's going to be ahead? Ice is.
Ice is.
Mhm.
ICE-I is?
Yeah.
I-S?
I-S, yeah.
Ice is.
And who's going to be ahead?
Poundcake likes it.
Love it.
And he came up with Astro
Or
Slide.
we'll say behead the competition. Ice is.
Mhm.
Ice is going to be ahead of the competition.
Well, listen, anybody who wanted to get on your team, and they've all done it. What was the name of the last person to get on Poundcake?
The
First name of the last person. Just grab the last slot on Bill's team.
His first name's Bryce.
Bryce. You have a Bryce on your team, Bill.
Perfect.
Yay or
Bryce
nay?
sounds fast.
Bryce. Okay.
And he'll cut a bitch. She's from Lorraine.
Ooh.
Is that implied, or did he say that?
It's implied. If you're from Lorraine, you're used to cutting bitches.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There's a lot of bitch cutting in Lorraine?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh. I mean, I've driven through.
So you know.
No.
You stopped at a stoplight?
I did. I didn't see anybody cutting bitches. And I mean, people.
I'm going to be in Lorraine March 9th, so I'll check to see if bitches are getting cut then. Get tickets at BillSquire.com.
Now, will you bring a knife just in case you have to defend yourself against bitch cutters?
I'm always ready and prepared to defend myself. I will never reveal which weapon I use to do so. Is it a knife? Is it throwing stars? Is it nunchucks? You don't know. Maybe it's just a good old-fashioned...
But they're all Japanese in origin?
Musket. No.
A good old-fashioned musket.
Just the way the Founding Fathers intended.
There you go.
I got one shot. You do not miss your chance to blow. That's what Eminem was talking about, I believe.
So you might have Japanese throwing stars, or you might have something that you have to tamp the gunpowder into.
That's right.
Oh, wow.
And
I would think the preparation times would vary greatly.
Hopefully, I have some gunpowder with me, because that's been the case where I'll have the musket, but I don't have the gunpowder.
You got a pocket full of gunpowder and nothing to put it in.
Right.
And
or
as
I have gunpowder, but I don't have a musket ball to tamp down in there, so then you need something else, a button or something.
Right. And you can't just, as I understand it, you can't throw a handful of gunpowder at somebody.
You can.
And expect to
it's
get...
It's not going to have the same results.
That's what I mean. You can't expect to have...
That's like pocket sand if you're doing it Dale Gribble style.
Yeah. Throw it in somebody's eyes.
Mm-hmm. Make a quick escape. Still keeps you safe.
Wow.
Pocket sand.
All right, well, according to Poundcake, and I would imagine that people listening who live in Lorraine might take exception to your description of it. If you're there standing on the banks of the mighty Black River over the weekend, there might be somebody there intending to do you harm by way of knife.
They're packing too.
Everybody's packing in Lorraine.
Yeah, it's a knife fight like in the Bad video, I believe. Or no,
wow.
Beat It. Where they're tied together and then they're kind of, cleaning about.
I thought everybody talks about how Lorraine is on the come up.
That's what they want you to think.
Oh, really? So it's all smoke and mirrors.
I mean, it's definitely
all good PR.
Listen, Lorraine has come a long way, just like Cleveland has in the past 15 years. I've done shows there for a long time.
They got a script sign downtown now.
They're doing what they can to make that downtown area have more foot traffic and stuff like that. When we did the show there at the Lorraine Palace, that was a good time. But I've done a bunch of shows in Lorraine, and every time I go there, it's a little bit better.
We took our daughter on a couple. She had a couple of roller skating lessons at Lorraine Skate World. And huh?
Nothing.
What?
Nothing. I've never been to Skate World.
Oh, it was a fine establishment. Everybody there was very nice. And, I mean, if that was representative of Lorraine at large, I'd have no problem with it. But I didn't know. Had I known going in there on a Saturday morning that I needed to be strapped, that's information I could have used before. So everybody in Lorraine, according to Poundcake, cutting bitches. All right.
Just wait for the text. They'll tell you.
Now, is that in their Wikipedia page or?
Oh, yeah. I'm sure if you look, you'll find it.
And that's you know this because you're adjacent. That's adjacent to Oberlin?
Yeah.
Ah.
I'm familiar with that area. I got family in that area.
Your mom's not in Lorraine anymore.
No.
Al and I can confirm we are cutting bitches out here.
There you go.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah.
And bitches doesn't just mean women either. Don't
No.
think that they're being sexist out there.
Yeah, it's gender
Bitches,
neutral.
Yeah, gender neutral bitches.
Please call Bill's last teammate Bryce is.
Oh, yes, I will.
I mean, consult with
yes.
Bryce first.
No, he's Bryce's.
Oh, okay, well, there you go. Let me give you this money. It is $1,000. Last couple of chances this week for you to win the grand from the Buzzard Bookie. I hope you do. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Suburban, Cincinnati. A family is in mourning. This is Fairfield, Ohio. The Strahan family. The parents went away. The daughter threw a party, and boy, did it get out of hand. A wild teenage party wreaked havoc. There's a lot of things you can wreak. I have a feeling havoc is the worst. On a local family's home while the parents were out of town. This is a classic American story. I always envied, I had a deep envy for friends of mine whose parents would go out of town and they would throw a party. Because A, my parents never went anywhere. B, if they did, I would have been terrified to throw a party. I would have never in a billion years thrown a party while my parents were out of town. So I was always envious of people that did that. Well, what happened when all these kids were at this house was somebody stole the parents' prized porcelain goose.
Oh, no, not the goose. Not the porcelain goose.
And they're asking for it back.
Prized porcelain goose.
Their prized porcelain goose named Betty was gone before the cops even got there. Because, yes, this party culminated with the cops busting it up. Betty was already gone. And now the family is being taunted with photos of Betty. One of them in the mailbox saying, "We have Betty." And many of the other things at their house are broken up. Now, they have to be super, super pissed at their daughter, who sounds like a real genius here. She put a public invite on Snapchat. It ended in chaos when over 100 people showed up to their house on Friday night. Their 18-year-old daughter put the invite on Snapchat, and the family believes that not everyone was there to have a good time. Now, the parents, their perspective is, these kids were just destroying our home to get our daughter in trouble. So it's not her fault. And the parents are actually pretty open-minded about it. They're like, look, they're baby adults. They're still learning about things, and that's fine. But this was just downright vandalism, plain and simple.
They superglued cups to my counters and cinnamon. My countertops come apart from the wall now.
That's one of those things like where we had an opportunity to throw parties when we were younger, but we still had to, like, I didn't want anyone to destroy my house.
No.
I want to, like, that doesn't seem.
Don't you know who your friends are?
But
like,
that's the thing. They don't know these people when they put it on social media.
Well, yeah, that's the really stupid move.
The stupid move is you put it on social media and then a bunch of people that don't know who you are and don't care show
Any
up
rando shows
and
up.
destroy your stuff.
Because they were standing and dancing on counters. Somebody ate my plant and threw it up. Also, who?
Now, they did have a great time. Yeah, it's like Weird Science in the third act. They had a great time. Somebody ate my plant and threw it up.
Not if you're Mary Santora.
No.
You want to keep that plant down.
Yep.
Yes.
It's going to come out the basement, not the attic.
Amen.
And threw it up. Also, who stole my goose? This is not in my house. This is in somebody's room. They made a TikTok with Betty, like pretending to be Betty and harassing me on my TikTok.
Mm-hmm. Imagine your mom has a TikTok. Your friends are harassing me on my TikTok.
They're taunting me with Betty.
Yeah. So they're asking for the safe return of Betty, their prized porcelain goose. And she said they also poured alcohol into the washing machine. And they've cleaned up the house, but there's a lot of things that they can fix. But they can't replace everything, including Betty. And they had decorated Betty with a Taylor Swift shirt. And they have a Facebook page now. Bring Betty the Porch Goose home. And they're putting out an all-points bulletin on this stolen porcelain goose there in suburban Cincinnati.
Alan, you said you never threw a party, but did you say that you've gone to a party when their parents weren't home?
I did, but I wasn't drinking in high school, so I wasn't getting invited to a lot of parties because why?
You were a wet blanket, yeah.
No, I wasn't wet. I was not a wet blanket. I was not giving anybody a hard time. It just wasn't for me. I had gotten hammered and vomited all night when I was 15 years old, and I'm like, it's not for me. So I smoked weed, but I wasn't getting invited to like these crazy drunken parties, which was fine. I would end up at maybe a couple of parties here and there. But again, when everybody else is getting hammered, that's not a good time. So I wasn't a wet blanket. It's just like it wasn't for me. But I always envied people that were like, my parents, and this is obviously pre-social media, so it had to be word of mouth. But it was like, hey, my parents are going to be out of town for a little bit, because I went to school with a lot of rich kids. We weren't rich. And so they're like, oh, my parents are going to be in whatever, Puerto Rico for a week. And so they would throw parties.
I remember going to some parties, and we'd usually, it'd be like bands would play at them, and people would be drinking, but it was never like super crazy. The one that I remember that was the craziest was there was a lot of people drinking. I remember I showed up, and my friend was puking and rallying in the driveway. And I was like, are you all right, man? He's like, yeah, I'm good to go. Just puked. Now get back in there. Do some more. And I was like, because I also didn't drink. So I go in there and loud music and people are having a good time talking, dancing, stuff like that. But then you see the people that were so wasted that they're puking. And I was just like, that's so sad right now. I remember this one girl, Leslie, I knew her since I was in second grade. We rode the same bus together. And she was just so hammered and puking. I was just ended up helping her and with her friend to make sure she was okay. And that's what I did at that party, was just make sure that somebody that was not having a great time was safe and
you're like you end up being a chaperone.
Yeah.
See, I think ours were okay. They never got too crazy because the people I was like going over, the houses I were going over to, they had a lot of land. Like I was going to farm boys' houses.
I went to a lot of those.
I went to some of those.
You're just standing around.
Bonfires.
Yeah, you're either in a bar or you're just in a field and there's a fire and everybody just, basically just goes, who's gonna jump over the fire?
And it was like, I dare you to go out and run. They would dare the boys to. It was actually kind of great. They would dare the boys, like, I bet you won't run out and like to the back of the woods where it's dark. Like without your clothes or something like that, and then they run, and then one of the girls would take their clothes and then run away, so they have to like streak around the whole party. But that was fun.
I went to my first cornfield bonfire when I was working at Columbia Hills Country Club, because everyone, it's like it can get pretty podunk out that way, and they were
especially
I was like 16
15 years ago too.
Yeah, I was like 16, and one of the dishwashers, he was like, yeah, one of those, my parents aren't home, you guys can come to my place after work. There was like 10 of us that went over there. I don't know where we got the booze. It might have already been at his house, but we were like sitting around a fire drinking just outside, like, because he had one of those nice like farmhouses, like those big old houses that his backyard backed up to a cornfield. So we were just in the backyard next to a cornfield drinking beer. Yeah. It wasn't anything. It was cool because it was like, look at us being crazy. But
and bonfire parties are kind of like where like are making out for the first time and things. When I'm thinking like 7th grade, but for us, like that wasn't a like go and come back kind of party. You had to go 45 minutes to get to a cornfield. So it's like if somebody their cousin was way out, you had to know somebody with a car, go 45 minutes out So you weren't coming back till the next morning. That didn't happen very often.
Yeah, a friend of mine, they would camp out because a friend of mine had like 60-something acres. It might have even been more. So it was just a matter of...
You get lost out there.
Yeah, he was like, people were like going and having sex, like pick a tree to put someone up against. Like, honestly, that's how it was.
Jeez.
And really, that's
Tree.
how it was because it was dark.
Is that a knothole or is that you, honey?
So any given moment, like, you'd see people just walk up from the tree line and they were like, oh, what were you guys doing? Like, you already know. I'm like, bro.
Shirts on backwards.
Don't even joke like that because there were like coyotes out there. Like, there were like wild animals on his proper time. I'm like, I'm not going out there. I stayed right up by the fire.
Alan and I work at Lakeview Park in Lorraine, and I can report 0 bitches cut. All right.
Lakeview Park.
But they're also not snitches out there, so.
Oh, yeah. Prized Porcelain Goose has been added to Sonic Temple. So, okay, good. Well, I've got those tickets for you at 4:20. I've got to take a break here. If you want to go see Gary Clark Jr., he is a fantastic songwriter and guitar player from Austin who was on tour, and he's coming to Cleveland. I'll have those tickets for you after the break. 35192 if you want to text for anything else, or get to us at AlanCoxShow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
If he gets in, that's
so?
great.
All right.
I think the shoo-ins are you got Antonio Gates, Dwight Freeney.
Mm-hmm.
But even
Mongo,
Freeney's-
McMichael. I'm telling you, I will not stand for any more Devin Hester disrespect.
Really, the only Julius Peppers. He played for the Bears.
Yeah, like a cup of coffee, I
He
think.
might get in.
Yeah.
Reggie Wayne. I could see him getting in.
Yeah. Yeah, anywho.
And Eli is eligible now.
The cheesecake guy?
Yes. Eli the cheesecake guy.
I love Eli's cheesecake.
What's the cheesecake reference?
Eli's cheesecake?
Never heard of that.
You've never had Eli's cheesecake?
No.
No.
Really?
Is that
It's
Is that a
sold
Chicago
everywhere.
thing?
Nope, it's sold well, it is, but it's sold everywhere.
Why would I get Eli's when I get Sara Lee?
Nobody doesn't like Sara Lee.
Sara
I'm
Lee's
just saying Eli's
the way
is
to
really
go.
But you can get Eli's anywhere. Just because the headquarters are in Chicago doesn't mean
there it
you
is.
can't. No, I'm saying you can you can get Eli's anywhere. You can go to Heinen's and get Eli's cheesecake.
Well, I recently moved, so I don't know where I could possibly find cheesecake.
Where'd you go?
New York City.
They
I don't
have
know-
other kinds
I
of
don't
cheesecake.
think they have cheesecake here.
They have other kinds of cheesecake.
No.
By the way, these guys did get into the Hall of Fame. These aren't the
No, these are the finalists.
These are the guys who are getting into the Hall of Fame. Because one of the McMichael is like one of the senior guys or something, and they were making a big deal about that. Those are the guys getting in. Because they were also saying, like, Devin Hester should have been in a long time ago, and this is like the third or fourth time, and he should have been, whatever.
Okay, all right. I thought they just did the finalists. I didn't know they did the list. Okay, so the people getting in are like stupid.
And
damn it,
I don't
economic
need,
times. I don't need to.
Paywall.
Paywall.
I don't need to hear from you Packer fans about Devin Hester.
Steve McMichael, Devin Hester, Julius Peppers.
Yeah.
Peppers is such a great last name.
Julius Peppers. It's awesome. Heir to the J.J. Peppers fortune.
Andre Johnson, he was great.
No. Poundcake, your thoughts?
Yes.
And Cleveland's best sport talker.
I know, right? He should have been all over this. Why wasn't he all over this?
Conversation.
Because I have no idea who any of these people are.
Wow.
It's your literal job.
How hard is it
It's my
to
job
keep an
once a
ear
week.
to keep an ear to the ground, to absorb information along the way, because there's always an upcoming sports break.
Yeah.
And you don't know which one of the people we're talking about has got some deep, dark secret that you could pick apart. You have no idea what's in the seedy underbelly of any of these professional athletes we're talking about.
I rely on my sources.
Who are your sources?
I can't tell you. They're my inside sources.
Oh.
They're not going to just tell me their secrets if I rat them out.
Rat them out.
Yeah.
You could give them names. We wouldn't know who they were. Sources all have fake names. Little nom de plume you could furnish us with. I think we all need a palate cleanser, quite frankly.
And now, the first offering from the new album, Brian sings the hits of Barbra Streisand.
I am a woman in love, and I do anything to get you into my world. And I am a woman in love, and I do anything to get you into my world and hold you with me. It's a ride and a fair over and over again.
He just keeps
What
going,
can
huh?
I do with you eternally mine?
Sorry, I'm going to need a second to compose myself. Not a dry eye in the house, I'd wager. Thank you, Brian. Was he doing the Barry Gibb part or the Barbra Streisand part? I don't know. Some from column A, some from column B. Okay, good, and we're back in it. Anyway, for people who are asking, there's all these articles. How can I watch the Super Bowl? I don't know that anybody actually has that question, but these days you don't know, I guess. There's so many streamers.
I think they mean for free.
Well, it's all for free. CBS is showing it, and Paramount Plus. And if you have kids, Nickelodeon is doing a version of the Super Bowl that will have Nickelodeon characters, and there'll be slime involved.
Nickelodeon characters, like the cartoons, or
Like
the
Patrick Starr is going to be part of the Nickelodeon. See, now
I'll put on a separate TV for you.
Yeah, now he's listening.
I was,
Bill's party. Hey, where did Cody go? Oh, he's in the bedroom watching the Nickelodeon Super Bowl coverage.
SpongeBob already performed at the Super Bowl halftime show.
True.
Sweet victory.
Nickelodeon will. They're going to do that, by the way, on Nickelodeon on the Super Bowl coverage. They're going to recreate Sweet Victory.
See, I know this stuff. When you get into Nickelodeon characters,
This is the stuff he knows.
See?
Yep. Everything from childhood just stuck to him like glue. Everything else slides right off.
Sports and stuff. I'm a mere vessel. I listen to I have people that have their ear to the streets. And they tell me
But
things.
you don't. We were just talking about that. You perked up when I mentioned Nickelodeon's Super Bowl coverage. Yeah.
They're performing at the Super Bowl. So it's technically a sport.
Yeah. So since Nickelodeon is part of the CBS Viacom family there, they'll have SpongeBob and Patrick Starr showing up, and there's going to be slime. And don't sleep on the Puppy Bowl, because that's always fun to watch, too. But their PR coverage here says that Nickelodeon is intent on delivering a Nickified telecast for kids.
Careful saying that.
Nickified telecast for kids. Creating a truly unique viewing experience. So that might be right up your alley there, Cody, but at least know that you have options.
I'm really upset that I never got to visit Slime Time Live.
What is that?
It was at Nickelodeon Studios, Universal Studios, Florida, and it was like the kid TRL, and it was called Slime Time Live. And
I see.
They would have like celebrities come by, and they would just slime them.
I just remember when we went to the Nickelodeon Resort in Mexico, we took Nora a couple of years ago, and the lines to get slimed were unbelievable. You had to make a reservation to get slimed.
My girlfriend, one of the best birthday parties I ever went to, we were in elementary school, and she did a Figure It Out themed birthday party. Do you guys remember that show? Where there were 4 people, and you had to figure out, they would send little pieces of a puzzle down the line, and you had to figure out what they were building and what they were going to do.
All the Nickelodeon stars of the time were
so she did that, where they set 3 of us at a time behind her garage and gave us clues, and then her dad was on top of the garage they dyed vanilla pudding green. And if you got out, he dumped a bucket of slime. Yeah,
wow.
They dumped a bucket of, quote, slime on you, but it was vanilla pudding. So it would dump all over you. It was like licking it off.
Greatest party ever.
It was so much fun. It was I might have been 10, and I still remember that to this day.
That's what that Nickelback song, Figured You Out, is about.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, I like you putting on your teeth. It's about that TV show. I'm going to break. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. I will have more money for you at 4:30, a chance to grab a grand from the Buzzard Bookie. And if you want to go to Sonic Temple, it is 4 days in May. I'll have the last pair of weekend passes for you when we come back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
From the Mr. Hero
I crave the hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Mix of clouds and sunshine for your Friday. Breezy with highs in the low 60s. Increasing clouds tonight with scattered showers developing overnight. Lows around 50. For your Saturday, morning rain showers with temps falling through the afternoon from the 50s down into the 40s.
This report is sponsored by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
The President's Day sale at Levin. Save up to 65% off doorbusters. An extra 25% off the entire store. And 60-month special
Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Heed the call.
Presented by T-Mobile for Business. Now is the time for 5G Business.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, it's a return of Sonic Temple, the art and music festival at historic Crew Stadium down in Columbus. They've expanded it to 4 days, 96 days, 22 hours, 38 minutes, and 38 seconds from now. You can be there the 16th through the 19th of May. Disturbed, the original Misfits, Pantera, Slipknot, those are your headliners. Limp Bizkit and Stained and Anthrax and Evanescence and Mudvayne and 311. Sleep Token, Rise Against, Judas Priest, Clutch, Mr. Bungle, Code Orange, Cypress Hill, Machine Head, and lots more. There's a handful of local bands in there too. I got 4-day GA, general admission, stadium passes for you. You and a pal all weekend at Sonic Temple. Good luck. Last pair this week. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
I met Alan. Did you? I gave him marijuana.
Oh, great. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
SonicTempleFestival.com. Love Clutch. We'll have all the details for you. I'll probably have more tickets to give away as we get closer to that weekend, but you never know. Can't count on anything these days. Hey, you can count on $1,000, though. I got another $1,000 for you about 7 or 8 minutes from now. Another $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. 4:30 and 5:30 are your last keywords today. And then we'll start them up Monday morning. Sorry. That was a water burp. It's not even carbonation. I'm sorry?
Not a burp.
Oh, man. Oh, I almost got...
That was almost a burp.
Right. That one smelled like lunch.
Ugh, it was lunch.
Chicken and vegetables. That one smelled a little bit like green peppers and cilantro. Nope. Not that one. Is it? It's an actual burp if it has a smell attached to it?
No.
If it has a noise attached to it.
Oh, so it's the noise.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not the smell?
No one associates, like, burps, yes, can have a smell, but you think of a burp, you think of the loud
You think of an
noise
audible
yes.
expression. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the one and only criterion of a burp.
It's not the one and only, but it's the
That's what I'm
most
asking.
Notable
That's the one
aspect.
people want, is what you're saying.
Right. So
If
when
you're going to
say,
give
I'm
people...
going to burp, and you go, that's an exhale. It's not a burp.
Yeah, but people text me every time I do it, and they go, that's exponentially grosser than an actual burp.
I didn't say it wasn't grosser. I just said it's not a burp.
All right. So the noise is what people want. If you want to give people what they want, and you know I do, I got to do the noise. Well, then maybe I'll work on it. I mean, at 52 years old, I should be able to audibly belch.
Yeah.
But it's, I don't know. My body doesn't want to do that.
You can't just suck in some air and go.
My whole life. Yeah, see, my whole life, from a kid. I've been trying this my whole, suck in air. I don't know what that means. That just, sucking in air just makes me feel bloated. What do you mean sucking in air?
Because you're not burping it out.
I tried. It's never worked.
Come on. You're going to make me puke, dude.
Really, that?
I already don't feel good, so listening to him make noises out of his stomach is not something I want to listen to.
Oh.
Throat.
I don't care where it's coming from.
Will it make you feel better if they've announced that O.J. Simpson has prostate cancer? Will that make you feel better?
No.
Oh. I mean, listen, I'm sure there are no shortage of people taking some comfort in that. People who think that O.J. got away with murder because, let me check my notes, he did. So who knows? Well, he had a good run, right? No pun intended. He had a good run. But
I mean, just because you have prostate cancer doesn't mean you're going to die from
that is true, but it's not something you want to have at 76 years old. You know, it depends on when they get it. Prostate cancer is one of those things where they're like, well, sometimes the cure can be worse than the affliction, depending on when they get it. But 76, not a great time to get it. I don't know. Somebody speaking of puke, and then I won't. But we were talking about it yesterday and how it can. There's actually a name for what that is when seeing or hearing someone puke makes you do it. It's called like it's got some fancy biological name, and I don't remember. Maybe somebody will tell me. But somebody texted me when Mary said she saw some guy vomit. She was coming out of the subway, and it almost got her on a thing. I don't know if anybody saw the video of Wolf Blitzer on CNN. He's talking to Jamie Raskin last night. Wolf Blitzer has been on CNN since, like, the beginning of time, right? He got famous during the goddamn Gulf War, and he's been there ever since, and he does a show called The Situation Room. And he was talking to Jamie Raskin, who is one of the congressmen there, and it was a split screen. And if you get a chance to watch it, it is kind of funny. Wolf Blitzer is clearly in some kind of distress. He's clearly suppressing a vomit. He's going to puke. And you can see him swallow. You can see him kind of get the chipmunk cheeks. And so they cut away. Not only do they cut away and do Jamie Raskin full screen, they cut him off and go right to commercial and come back with a different host. And they were like, Wolf wasn't feeling well, but for a good 25 seconds, he looks like a guy who's going to vomit on camera. And it's a real bummer he didn't. Anyway, somebody texted me and said, I was on the Jet Express. That's the one that goes out to Put-in-Bay.
Mm-hmm.
My girlfriend and my 8-year-old son were with me, and a girl who was hammered was on the front top deck.
No.
Spraying red fruity puke all over the side of the boat.
Damn margaritas.
Covering everybody of the top and bottom decks before anybody knew what it was. Because it's very windy on that boat.
It would come back and hit you.
Oh, my God.
Ugh.
It's just the worst. If it's red like that, you have to hope that it's mostly non-puke. But you're still expelling it from your body.
Once it's in your body and comes out, I don't care how long it's in there.
It
it's
smells
puke
different.
now.
Yeah.
It's changed.
It's gone through the transformation?
Enough that it's...
It's vomit.
All right.
Dude, and yeah, like a bumpy ride on a boat, like to Put-in-Bay, it's rough. Like, it's almost like the boat is hitting cement. Like, you can fall. If you're drunk, it's already bad enough, like when you're sober, trying to keep your balance. But if you're drunk, you're hammered out of your mind, and you're trying to stay afloat, trying to do the Titanic,
Especially if you get motion sickness.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's people who could be stone cold sober, but the motion sickness is going to make them feel weird.
I can do a big boat, but last time I went out on like a small boat, I was so sick.
Because you feel everything.
Yeah. Not my idea of a good time. And then for whatever reason, like, let's eat out here. And I was like, I really don't want to eat right now.
When's the last time? What do you consider a small boat? Because like the Fandango cruise.
I don't consider that a small boat.
That's not a small boat. No, like a speedboat.
Like a speedboat, yeah. Like my buddy owns a boat, and one that you take out to go water skiing.
And you feel the waves.
Yeah.
You're hitting them. You're hitting the wake of other boats. And
I haven't been on one of those in a long time.
And then like all last summer, he's like, "Hey, you want to go back out on the boat?" And it's like, "No, I'm all right. I don't need the little boat."
Because you have the sense memory of feeling that on the that's no good.
The catamaran, I was trying to be cute and frolic. You know how they have like the little netting on the front of the little catamaran boat where you can just like lay. I thought I was trying to be hot.
You were laying on the skids?
No, I don't know what it's called. There's just like a little net in the front where there's like, it's right on top of the water.
Yeah,
So
between like the two skids there. or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah. And so I'm like laying there, and it hit a bump, and it was just a wave of water just came down on me. Thank God I didn't have my phone, but I was like, this isn't glamorous. And my friend took a picture right at that moment. He said, "You gotta frame this." I'm like, no.
You look like a drowned rat.
It was like it wasn't even like you couldn't even get my reaction because it's just like my legs and then the water. The water is just a wave hitting me. I'm like, all right, I don't want to do this no more. They make it look glamorous and it's not.
Right. Okay, let me give you this money here. It's your second to last chance this week to win $1,000, but somebody wins every time, so I hope it's you. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bonus. That's bonus. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, do you think Bill Maher should release his Kanye interview? Yeah, our buddy Bill Maher did a 2-hour, he has a podcast. He did a 2-hour conversation with Kanye West.
He's not going to release it.
He's not going to release it.
It's yay.
Because he said, I have no interest in platforming. I don't know who he thought he was going to get, you know.
Then why did he do it then?
Well, I mean, listen, to his credit, I know a lot of people don't like Bill Maher, but I do and always have. And, you know, he's always been a friend to this program over the years. And, but he does get on people's nerves, and I can see that. Gets on mine sometimes. But to his credit, he's willing to kind of hear a lot of people out. So maybe he thought that Kanye is out there saying stuff just to get people's attention.
I think.
But one-on-one, it might not be that way, and that's not what it turned out to be.
Kanye has been Kanye for several years now. And he is perpetuating the same thing Kanye was saying, where people are trying to like shut me down and shut me up, to edit it down to make it more palatable for the viewers. You're kind of censoring him.
Well, he
but I
doesn't
can
edit this
understand-
though. This isn't an edited podcast. He sits down with them, and I guess he did a couple hours with Kanye, and he's like, I'm not going to put this out there.
I think this was Bill Maher being a bit egotistical, thinking like, well, I'll be the one that'll be able to get through to Kanye and get him to tell me what's really going on.
I think you're right.
And then when it didn't happen, he goes, oh, no.
Right, yeah.
I can't release this.
I can't be responsible for this.
But like not airing it at all is just, I don't know.
Well, because I'm guessing it's just more of the same crap that Kanye's been saying. So he's like, well, I'm not going to put this out there.
But again, he knew that. So it's more like it's a, what do they call it? Catch and
release?
Like catch 22?
Yeah, catch 22.
I guess. Well, when they catch it, catch and kill.
Catch a Moran?
Oh, a catch and kill story, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like they were like, oh, they wanted the exclusive, they wanted the content, and then maybe Kanye was waiting for, he gave this guy an exclusive that he didn't tell anybody else, and he was waiting for it to come out so he could like release something, and then they killed the story because, I don't know,
Well, again, this isn't the National Enquirer. It's just his podcast in his house, and he sits down with people, and he talks to all different kinds of people. You know, he'll talk to David Mamet, and then he'll talk to Dave Rubin, or he'll talk to some
is so hot.
right-wing guy that, you know, a ton of people hate, but he'll sit there and talk to him. He was talking to Harvey Levin about the Kanye interview.
Problem, I think, is that he appeals mostly, of course, he's a rock star, to young people. They don't know much, and they surely don't know much about the Middle East or Jews. So the combination of, you know, Kanye out there, I feel like he sort of like was helpful for spreading the fertilizer, and I do mean fertilizer, for this idea that Israel and the Jews are like the worst people in the world. I had Kanye right here at Club Random. We did an episode with him. I thought it was going to be a learning moment. I mean, we were here for 2 hours. By the way, we had an amazing, fun time. He's a very charming anti-Semite. And by the way, he's not the only one in America who feels that way. It's not like the Jews are universally loved except for Kanye West, okay?
Hold on, Bill. You could say the same thing about Hitler. You know, a lot of people were thinking what he was thinking, but in Kanye's case, the fact that he's saying it out loud gives other people permission to say it too, right?
Yes, exactly. No, he's not. That's why I wouldn't air that episode, because I'm not going to contribute to this.
So he's like, I don't want to contribute to what's going on. And I guess he kind of alludes to it there. He's like, I thought maybe it would be a learning moment, but that's not what it is. Kanye did an album release live stream in Chicago last night that they cut off. There's some streaming platform that's kind of trying to get people to pay attention to it called Veeps. I think iHeart has done stuff with it. I think we've run promos of live streams on Veeps. And so Kanye has some album or something out called Vultures. I don't know what it is. It's whatever his new thing is. He's got his daughter on it. Gonna drag this poor kid into the situation. And they were running the live stream from the album release party. And he goes into, I'm a genius anti-Semite or something, and they cut it off. They said, no, thank you, no more. I'm still a crazy bipolar anti-Semite is what Kanye said, and they cut the live stream short. So the people who were there at the venue, wherever that was in Chicago, saw the whole thing, but...
I thought Jonah Hill made him love Jews again. Didn't he say that?
I don't know. It's Kanye. It was Kanye and Ty Dolla $ign. That's who he's been collabing with. And then
where has he been? I haven't heard Ty Dolla $ign in a long
I know,
time.
right? Well, Kanye brought him out of retirement. If anybody could do it. And then Northwest, one of their daughters, him and Kim, she's 10 now. And she's, if your parents are super famous, what are you going to do? There's a part of me that would think, I don't want to drag my children into this. But if your kid goes, I want to do what you do. So she did a couple of verses on one of his songs. And Kanye also compared himself to Bill Cosby and R. Kelly in that they are all unfairly canceled celebrities. Doesn't strike me that he's being canceled, though, if you can still log on and watch him do a show, but I don't know. Have you heard his daughter? You heard any of her bars?
No, I've missed this. Didn't show up on
in your algorithm.
Yeah, it didn't show up after I listened to John
Mayer.
Yeah, no, the St. Elmo's.
Oh,
Fire.
John Parr, St. Elmo's Fire didn't come up with a new Kanye banger.
I love it here. We gonna take over the year for another year. It's your bestie, Miss Westy. Don't tryna test me. It's gonna get messy. It's gonna get messy. Just bless me. Bless me. It's your bestie, Miss Westy.
So that's
it sounds like a 10-year-old rapping. That's about
that's right.
what you're gonna get. That's not.
That's a wild thing to kind of straddle, though, too, because if Kanye's your dad, there's nothing you can do about that. And if your kid says, hey, I want to take, you're a Nepo baby of the highest order, I might add, you might as well take advantage of your dad being in the studio. But on the other hand, I'd be like, do I want to subject my 10-year-old kid to everything negative that's going to come to her because of this? Because Kim's dating Odell Beckham Jr. now. And they're trying to keep that on the DL because they're like, Kanye's going to start making comments. And
It's been a year now, I think.
We'd like to push that off as far as we possibly
They've been
can.
together for a year?
Well, they've just now said, yes, we are, right? Like they were I think they were seen together a couple times, but they've just come out and said, yes, we are a thing. Because he had a kid with like his girlfriend like 9 months ago or something. So I don't know. He had some hot model that he had a kid with. And I don't know. It's a wild situation, though. So, Poundcake, to your point, down the road, I could see Bill Maher going, all right, here's the Kanye interview.
It's just exploitative. I just feel like
Well, who's being exploited? I mean,
Bill Maher, he knew. I don't think.
Well, he didn't drag Kanye into the situation.
But that's what I'm saying. He could be coming to Bill Maher as like a refuge, like, okay, no one else is taking my interviews. So this would be a great time. People go on interviews to promote products sometimes. Especially
yeah, but that doesn't mean that he's got no obligation to treat Kanye with kid gloves. I mean, Bill Maher's a Jewish guy.
I don't think
half Jewish.
I'm not saying he's treating him with kid gloves, but he knew what it was like. He knew what it was going to be. Just like when you get Donald Trump, no one's surprised.
No, but
no one's surprised when Donald Trump is Donald Trump in an interview.
I take your point, and I agree with you, but it sounds like he thought, like Bill said, I think he thought, I'm Bill
Bill
Maher.
I
Yeah.
can get through to him.
That's right.
That's ego.
And you can't blame him for that. I mean, wouldn't everybody love to be the person who gets Kanye to come to some kind of different conclusion? And then you'd be like, you're never going to believe this conversation that Cody Brown has with Kanye West on Cake by the Lake, where Kanye comes clean about, we see him in a new light. That's all he's looking for, but he keeps shining the same light on himself. And it's going to push him further and further into irrelevance.
And my only
Plus,
thing,
he's got those dumb silver teeth. So when he's like doing videos and chats with people now, you can barely understand what he's saying.
he was just saying that he can't get booked at venues. The only venue that will book him was like the stadium or the arena or stadium in Chicago because they don't want to do his shows.
Yeah, I didn't understand that. So he does an Instagram and he goes, hey, I mean, imagine being Kanye and you're asking the public for help with booking a gig. He goes, we sold out the United Center, which is not true. But he said we sold it out, but they won't book me. I didn't understand that at all. And he's like imploring the public to help him get booked. Who watching you is going to help you book a show? You know all the promoters. If they're not returning your calls, what, some kid's going to hit? I know a guy.
Well, no, you can.
My dad works in the ticket office at Madison Square Garden.
Well, you could demand. I mean, just like they were muting R. Kelly, they were outside of the stadiums protesting. You can protest that they do allow Kanye to get booked.
Yeah, but those protests didn't change anything for R. Kelly. They didn't go, oh, okay.
No, they did.
They knew there was demand for the music. They don't want to be associated with it. I'm curious what the venue was where he was doing this listening party last night.
Mm-hmm.
With Thank You, $. I got a break. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. You can hit me up with an email if you need. I'll have Train and REO Speedwagon tickets for you a little bit later on if you want to see them at Blossom this summer.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
at MGM Northfield Park.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
If you watch the show at AlanCoxShow.com, you can thank Chedwin Willowalker for assisting in the video department. Your Cavaliers win last night in Brooklyn against the Nets, 118-95. There's simply no way to know what that score deficit is there, but they'll play the Raptors in Toronto tomorrow night, 7:30. Here on The Buzzard. 7 o'clock is when the pregame will start, and then they're back home on Monday. But I don't think for long. Well, okay, so they'll play the Sixers on Monday. The Bulls are in town.
And then it's the All-Star break.
Yeah, for Valentine's Day. And then the Magic are going to be. And then they'll, right. When's the All-Star break?
It starts Friday next week on my birthday. This is when the festivities begin, and then the game is on the 18th, and then
the 18th of February. So what am I looking at here? Oh yeah, okay, right. So yeah, okay, never mind. Anywho, remember, all this month you can use the promo code Pierogi for people who listen. A lot of times. They either won't hear me mention it or they listen to the podcast and it's not in there. Pierogi is what you want to use at CLE Clothing Company. That'll get you 20% off whatever you buy there. So keep that in mind. We'll get to the Bill Squire Friday Get Down later on.
What are we doing now?
It's not 6:10.
We can.
We can't do it now.
Decide.
6:10 somewhere.
We got to take control of our own life, Alan.
I do.
And go
6:10.
grab a beer with Jason.
Yeah, or Jason Carr, old boss, pops his head in here. All right, let me throw this at you. Now, I think this is unnecessary. Somebody texted me in the break and said that they DM'd Mary a picture of the most disgusting chunky puke ever. So just...
I'm not opening it.
I was going to say, be forewarned. I'm letting you know.
I haven't even seen it.
I'm surprised at all this stuff that ends up in my junk mail. People send me stuff all the time, and I never see it.
In Instagram or where? Or you mean email?
Instagram. Yeah, I get some stuff through, from fans through my work email, but mostly it's Instagram.
And you don't see it?
It's filtered. It's
There's a request.
A request,
folder.
and then even when you go into the request, if they send you an image, it's image is blurred out for your protection. I'm like, nope. Nope.
No chance.
It's funny, the stuff because whenever people send me Ds, that's never blurred. It's based on what we know about you, it's it's fine. It's never blurred. But whenever it says you might not like this post, I'm like, I trust my phone. It knows everything else about me.
So what do you think it would be? You don't, out of curiosity, open it?
Nope. No.
I mean, to you, what would be worse than a random D? I mean, that's gross too.
But
he likes it.
I get random Ds, and it doesn't usually get blurred. People send me those all the time, and first of all, if it's a request, that means it's someone who probably is not even following me. So they had to seek me out. So it's either a bot or it's someone who doesn't even care to follow me sending me something. So why would I care what they would send me? Chances are they're not a fan of the show. They're not a fan of me.
I don't know. I mean, spam's one thing, but I didn't know how curious you were about listeners sending you stuff.
No, it's always a real sketchy profile. They got 12 followers, no posts, a funny name with a bunch of hyphens and periods. I don't know. I don't take a chance. I'm like, I'll just delete it. It's not a biggie. It's my request.
A guy, people were screaming and very, very upset on a flight from Bangkok to Germany. When a guy dies next to his wife on the flight. But before that, This dude started spraying blood everywhere.
Ooh.
Out of what?
His nose, his mouth, over the interior walls of the plane.
Oh, my God.
On passengers that were near him. Again, I don't know. I don't know why you have to turn yourself into a human sprinkler, but passengers screamed and were left traumatized. A German husband, he and his wife, were going from Bangkok back to Germany, and he had gotten on the flight, and people said that he looked visibly ill, but that his wife told the crew that he was just, he wasn't quite feeling himself, but that he was fine. His wife was from Bangkok, so they're going back to Germany. Said that he had gotten on with cold sweats and was breathing very rapidly. But the crew, I guess, determined, the wife said, he'll be fine. Could you get him some tea and blah, blah, blah. So he sits in there. But shortly after the plane takes off, things go downhill very quickly. So the plane is barely in the air. And the people around him said that his wife gave him one of the barf bags, and he starts spitting blood into this bag.
Oof.
And then his head just starts gushing blood. His nose, his mouth, whatever.
He's exploding.
Right. And I guess there was a nurse sitting directly behind them. But the crew had given them the green light to stay on board. And then the pilot calls for a doctor over the loudspeaker. And it was a Polish guy who didn't speak English very well. And they said it got progressively worse from there. They said the man lost liters of blood all over the other seats. Again, I don't know, at what point does that happen? You go, okay, I'm going to need everyone's barf bags or something. I don't know. What are you, lifting your head up? Are you?
How much blood do you have in your body? I thought you only had, 2 liters of blood in your body? Is that right?
I thought it was 8 quarts.
It's a lot of blood.
4 liters.
That's got to change up the metric.
Several liters is a lot.
Well,
That's
I imagine for the purposes of this description, I'm sure that they're exaggerating. Yeah, you have 5 liters of blood in your body. But if people around him are like, oh, blood's coming out of his nose and his mouth, and, people don't know exactly how much that is. But they said
what is that in ounces? How do you make the conversion?
Flight attendants rushed to action, but the people said that they weren't very good at resuscitation attempts. They're doing like half-assed whatever they're doing, chest compressions. And they tried to resuscitate him for a half an hour, but it was quite clear that he was dead. So then they carry the guy into the galley. I don't know, you put him on ice or you put him down in cargo. Nothing you can do because you're in the air.
How quickly do you stink?
I don't think you're going to stink right away. They turned the flight around. They went back to Bangkok Airport, where the passengers had to deplane and then were given no information for a few hours.
Oh, because you had to die. Now I got to miss my flight.
Well, they shouldn't have gotten on in the first place. Yeah. Like, hey, we're in bed. Let's go find a hospital. That's probably not a short flight. Bangkok to Germany.
Like, I just want to get home. Just get me home.
I'm sure. But, a flight is not something for when you're in a hurry. Because you're sitting there, and then they give you the announcement, and then maybe you're going to sit on the tarmac. So, anyway. But imagine you're on the flight.
Did they say what it was?
No.
Like, what kind of an illness does that?
I don't know, but it's probably going to be the plague that ends us all.
This is
spread around right now.
This guy's the outbreak monkey.
Exactly.
Ebola coming to Germany. Imagine in a couple of weeks they go, there's something weird in Germany, and they can't figure out.
He was in Bangkok, so it would be in Bangkok.
Yeah, but everybody who was on that flight eventually got back to Germany. So they took the flight back to Bangkok, but all the other people on the plane still needed to get to Germany. So they all ended up there. So, yeah.
Man, if we get another pandemic in March,
we will.
3 years later, but not this soon. Or 4
But
years.
But
4
again,
years now.
does it matter how soon? I mean, there will be another one. So does it matter if it's?
Yes, because if it's 30 years from now, I'm ready to die. It's fine.
Oh, you're talking about yourself,
Dude, I'd be
not
so
society.
mad. I just moved here, got all my crap, and then the world shuts down again.
That's what
I'd
happened
be
to our
so
friend
mad.
Raj the first time when he moved to New York City in February of 2020, and then it was all shut down in a few weeks.
Terrible timing. There's no shows.
Mm-hmm.
So did he have to move out? Like, how did he work?
Yeah, I moved home.
He moved back to Arkansas.
But like, he didn't have like a lease or anything.
Well, I think they understood. We're like, hey man, I came here for work, and now I don't have work anymore. I gotta go.
Some landlords be like, oh, okay, well, pay in full.
Sue me.
Yeah, that was a very specific time too. Nobody knew what the hell was going on. I don't know that anybody was going to sue one guy for rent. And they were like, yeah, I think the world's exploding. So, he's from Arkansas?
That's where he's from India, but he has a home in Arkansas.
Okay.
He owns a house there.
Is he back in New York now?
He's in New York now.
Yeah.
But he's always out there traveling around.
All right. The NWA.
That's right.
Yeah.
I think I'll be back there in October.
If you listen to us on the iHeartRadio app, you can always drop messages there for us. A little talkback button.
Hey, Alan, this is Jason. You guys were talking yesterday about the differences between wizards and witches and sorcerers and warlocks. In D&D, the difference is wizards study to get their magic, sorcerers are born with their magic, and warlocks make a deal with a higher entity to make their magic. Witches and wizards are the same thing. Thanks.
Nerd alert! Nerd alert! Nerd alert!
Did you get all that, Poundcake? I didn't. Thank you, Jason. I didn't understand one word of what he just said.
Wizards, warlocks, and sorcerers. Yeah.
So wait, wizards were they learn it. Warlocks, sorcerers are born with it.
Warlocks trade.
Or maybe it's
do a deal with
Maybelline.
the devil.
Is that sorcerer born with it, or is it Maybelline?
The differences between wizards and witches and sorcerers and warlocks. In D&D, the difference is wizards study to get their magic, sorcerers are born with their magic, and warlocks make a deal with a higher entity to make their magic. Witches and wizards are the same thing. Thanks.
Okay, well, there you go. Witches and wizards are the same thing.
A sorcerer.
Sorcerer.
So I was just born with it.
Yeah.
I was just like this. I ain't add nothing to it. This is just how I is. Turn you into a frog, ho.
He's got a whole thing. Turn you into a frog ho. That's how you can get some hoes to build Super Bowl party.
Bring frogs.
Take a crash course in being a warlock or something.
No, you have to make a deal to be a warlock. Did you not listen to anything?
I've heard it twice, and I still don't know what the hell the guy's saying.
really
A
not that
higher
hard.
entity.
Higher entity.
You got to sell your soul or be of God or something.
Yeah, right.
Wizards, they just stay for you. You just got to cut somebody. You need a lock of hair. You pull a big hair out, put it in a cauldron, add some broth to it, and then voila.
Eye of
you're
Newt.
a wizard. I need Alan, give me some of your nail clippings. and
Okay.
I'll be a wizard.
I do need to clip my nails, so I'll save them for you.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll put them in a broth.
Okay.
Add some stew to it.
Yep. Eye of Newt, nail of Alan.
Bill, I need some armpit hair.
All right.
And
What the hell? What is this going to do, by the way? This is all good. This is the broth. This is the mixture that's going to bring the concoction that's going to bring the hose.
No, I'm hexing you guys.
You're using our own things to hex us?
I got to use something.
Why would you hex us?
You got to use like something to hex.
But why are you hexing us?
We didn't do anything.
To see if I can do it. Mary,
Why don't
He's
you try it
practicing.
on someone else?
He's practicing.
Yeah, who else am I going to try? You guys don't
And he's going to be
believe-
able to observe us.
I was going to say, you guys
We're going to come in here, be on camera every day with giant pus warts all over our faces?
are the perfect
I mean, you're the
candidates
one that's not
because-
taking off for a headache. Imagine you'll still show up for your pus wart.
That's right.
Yeah, you guys are the perfect candidates because you guys wouldn't believe it. You guys would be like, oh, I'm just feeling weird and I have stuff growing out of me, and you have no idea why.
I think we'd have a pretty good idea if we just found out you put a hex on us.
But you don't believe in hexes, so...
That's
it
right,
wouldn't
I
be
don't.
me.
But just because you don't believe in it doesn't mean it's not true. Right?
What side am I
I don't
on?
believe. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of things I don't believe in, but but that's only because there's no evidence to prove them. It doesn't mean that they're not out there.
All right, well, let me try. Let me try and hex you.
Listen, all I can say is I'm sure there are plenty of people who've tried to hex me over the course of my life, and nothing's ever happened.
Like
so
juju. I don't know what the difference is. There's hexing, juju, voodoo.
Voodoo, juju, hexing, right.
Mm.
Well,
you
write
believe
the
in the
book.
power of voodoo?
Talking to me?
Voodoo. You do.
The power of Christ compels you. Alan, blood from the nose and the mouth can be varicose veins in the esophagus that rupture. How'd you like that? Varicose veins in the esophagus. You see those billboards with people that have them in their legs?
Oh,
They're like, come on and get them lasered.
In my senior year, we had an economics class, and me and my buddy were partners together, and we had to start a fake business, and we called our business Varicose Skates. And
why?
We just thought it was really gross and funny.
Yeah.
And the teacher was he laughed so hard at it. And he was not a guy that was he was all business, but he was just so surprised by it that he just was dying. Like he's like, why would you guys name this? And we're like, we just thought it was funny. He's like, this makes no sense.
Varicose skates.
Varicose skates.
What did you sell?
Spider
Skateboards.
veins. Oh. That's a good way to keep the circulation in your legs going, is skating. You're not going to have any weak vein walls. Well, the vaccine finally killed someone. Are you happy now?
Spewing blood. Dude, I've got a weird rash all over my neck. I don't know what's going on. I started to feel it like Sunday, and then it was really itchy and bad Monday, and then Tuesday I got cream, and it's not going away. I don't know what's going on.
I hate a cream.
Coming from someone, I have to rub,
I'd rather get a salve or
have to rub
a
cream.
balm.
a tonic.
I have to rub cream on my body constantly, so I hate a cream.
Who told you to use a balm?
But Mary, it might be your body adjusting to its new environment. It's different type of chemicals and stuff in the air, and
Well, the water
so
is, I
gross
guess,
there.
very soft here, which I don't know what that means.
soft water.
I'm thinking it's affecting my body.
Yeah, it might be adjusting because my psoriasis gets really bad when I travel. Like
I have sensitive skin too. I'm always got a rash or fungus or something going on, and now it's all over my neck, and I hate it. I've been taking Benadryl at night.
Glad you're there and not in here.
Mary, is it all over your neck and your back?
Oh, I don't know.
And
The
your
only
crack?
place I've noticed it is my neck.
Check your back.
Well, the vaccine killed a guy in Florida.
How?
It was on the news.
New details tonight in the brutal murder of a man from Green Acres. It turns out to be an incident between a father and a son. Brian McGann Jr. is accused of killing his father, Brian McGann Sr. It happened Sunday night at his father's house along Palmetto Road. Deputies say a family friend called 911 concerned after a call from McGann Jr. She said during that phone call she heard McGann Sr. say, "Stop, you're killing me." The friend says the son seemed intoxicated and upset to learn his father got the vaccine. When deputies arrived, they found McGann Sr. beaten on the floor, unresponsive and covered in blood. Authorities found McGann Jr. in a neighbor's yard, also covered in blood.
Yep, the vaccine has finally killed. Ooh, Green Acres, Florida.
Fresh air. Times Square. You are my wife.
Green Acres, Florida, near Palm Springs. I love the conceit of that show, Green Acres, too, where they're fighting over where they're going to live because he's out there. He's wearing a suit, even though he's out on the farm, and his wife.
Crazy.
Very, very.
You don't wear suits on the farm.
Hoity-toity. And she's like, I want to live in the city. And he just, he wraps it all up by going, you're my wife, so we're going to live in the country. And he drags her out of her penthouse.
Well,
It's the 60s. You're my wife, you'll do what I say.
They could have probably maintained both locations.
I certainly think so, but then that would not have made for a very good fish out of water story. But yeah, a guy killed his dad because his dad divulged to him that he had gotten the vaccine. They don't cotton to no vaccine down there in Florida. Just steps away, by the way, this guy was murdered from the Polo Museum and Hall of Fame.
Like the water sport?
Oh, yeah. And I'm sure that, well, the horse sport.
It happens in the water.
There's
water polo.
There's water
does,
polo
yes,
and
but
There's regular polo? There's
on
banter
horses,
polo?
yes.
That's where they ride horses and hit a ball
The
with a big
mallets.
long mallet. Yeah.
Are there horses in the water?
No.
No, that's why it's called water polo.
No, there's polo
I don't
fields
know.
out in like.
You never see what did you
Moreland
think the
Hills or
Ralph
something.
Lauren clothing line referred to?
That's what I was wondering. If it
Why'd you
was-
think the logo was a horse and a guy on it with a
I
mallet?
don't know. I thought
She's
the
like,
water-
hey, where's the swimming pool?
I was like, maybe they put the horses in the water. I don't know. I'd have never seen a polo match.
It's a very
or
rich
bout
game.
or whatever they're called.
It is for the wealthy.
Do you rent a horse? Do you have to have a horse?
I think people who are playing polo probably own their horse. Yeah. Because you're also paying to belong to the polo club.
Yeah, there's one out there, of course, on the east side. It's like in Chagrin Falls or something like that. That's the only, and we were there for like the puppy charity thing. That's the only polo field I've ever been on.
I'm going to break here. Your last chance to win $1,000 is coming up at 5:30. Last keyword of the week from the Buzzard Bookie. And then I'll have that last pair of tickets if you want to check out that Train and REO Speedwagon show this summer out at Blossom.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
iHeart, are you ready?
Our 2024
About 5 or 6 minutes away from your last chance this week to get $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. Start back up again Monday morning with RMG. Still got a couple of weeks left, full of keywords. Next week we'll be out a couple of days, but a lot of good things to give to you. We'll have tickets for the Lamb of God Mastodon show. We'll put people on Mary's Polar Blast team next week. Snow Babies. 2 weeks from tonight, we're back at Boston Mills Brandywine for this year's Polar Blast tubing battle. And Rob Reiner back on the show next week, talking about his new project. And the great Billy D. Williams will be here on Friday to talk about his memoir. Billy D. Williams, depending on how old you are, represents a variety of people. He represents, Brian's song. A lot of people, if you go way back with him for that. Lando Calrissian.
Was he the white guy or the black guy in Brian's song?
He's the black guy.
We had to watch that in school.
You had to watch Brian's song?
Mm-hmm.
Did anybody
Write a
cry?
report on it, I think.
Well, they always talk about how that's a movie that, like, makes people cry. And I didn't know if that was just a Chicago thing or if that's a movie, because it's about Gale Sayers and Brian Piccolo. And so I didn't know if that was just like a thing that got people locally teared up. Billy D. Williams played Gale Sayers. And you had to do a book report on it.
I don't know if we had to do a book report on it or if we just we
watched
watched it
it
in
too,
school.
yeah.
But I don't remember the context of why. But it was like required. We watched it like
Really?
4 classes in a row. Yeah.
We didn't even watch it in school. That's interesting.
Yeah, but it was like out for like 2 weeks at that time.
Huh. Well, yeah. So anyway, Billy D. Williams next week on the show. You know, some people just gave away those Train and REO Speedwagon tickets, and Train, about 6 or 7 years ago, did something that a lot of people thought they were heretics for doing. Not everybody's into Train, but they did. They covered Led Zeppelin 2 in its entirety. And it sounded almost blasphemous to do it. But these guys did such an unbelievable version of Led Zeppelin 2. It was for charity. Train is primarily a San Francisco band. And they covered Led Zeppelin 2 in its entirety. So they do Whole Lotta Love. They do the Lemon Song. They do Harper. All of them. And Pat Monahan, everybody in that band, they must have been terrified to do it. I don't know what precipitated the thought to do that. But it is such an unbelievable rendering of that album that it put, at least for me, because that was not a band that was on my radar. Pat Monahan's a talented singer, and but I'm not listening to Train. But that version they did of Led Zeppelin 2 is just phenomenal. You're never going to fully recreate what Led Zeppelin did with that album, but I mean, there's all kinds of bands covering Zeppelin here and there, and they don't usually nail it like that. So if you've never heard it and you're a Led Zeppelin fan, go into it with an open mind, but man, did they do a good job with that. It's really wild. A kid in Cincinnati is being lauded. This is suburban Cincinnati. Hot on the heels of that porcelain goose being stolen outside Cincinnati. There's a little kid, I think he's only about 10 years old or so, but they're saying that he probably thwarted a school shooting. The kid's 15 years old. A 15-year-old kid named Boom Swallen, great name. This is at Mariemont High School. Mariemont is, I don't know if it's Metro Cincinnati or if it's suburban, but it's part of that Cincy metro area. And he immediately, despite a threat to him, he immediately alerted the teacher and his parents that one of the other kids in his class told him about his elaborate plan to carry out a mass shooting. These kids just can't keep it to themselves, and thank God he didn't. The kid in his class, again, I don't know why he told him. I guess he thought that if he scared him enough, because he said, if you tell anybody, I'll kill you. And the kid later told his dad that he wasn't worried about that. He just wanted to make sure that his classmates were safe and that nobody else in the school got hurt. So as a brave kid under those circumstances, this other kid told him that he had a gun, he had a hit list of students and teachers, and that he fully planned on shooting up the school, and that if he told anyone, he would kill him. Well, the kid goes and tells his dad. The dad calls the cops, and the police said this is, in fact, what this kid was going to do. They had a journal with codes in it and plans for a shooting. And there were other students that this kid was going to be, I guess, conspiring with. They had a list of other students that they wanted to kill and rape. And this kid went to his dad and who went to the cops and said, yeah, FYI, the kid next to me in school or whatever, they want to try the kid as an adult. Now, he didn't do anything. I'm not quite sure. The kid who was going to do it is 14. The kid who blew the whistle is 15 years old. They want to try this 14-year-old kid as an adult. I don't know. I don't know what the state of Ohio, I don't know what the law is on that. But, you know, these school shooters, they always want to try them as adults, but they're not adults.
I think the cutoff, the starting point, you can be tried as an adult at 14. I think I remember that from when I was.
I mean, I would imagine that they would know better than I would. I mean, if those are the charges they're levying, that they probably know you can do that. But again, a 14-year-old kid is not an adult. So, but this kid, you know, clearly stopped something there in Cincinnati.
Good for him, man.
I just don't understand, like, the no regard for human life whatsoever. And people want to blame, people blame the guns, they blame the video games, but we had guns, we had video games when I was growing up, and there were way less school shootings. I just don't understand the radicalization of, like, this generation. I don't think there's just, like, one reason in particular.
What do you mean?
That all these kids are participating in, like, these mass shootings. I don't understand it. I don't understand the no regard for human life.
Well, I think part of it has to do with, because they're always guys, right? They're always boys.
They're mostly boys.
And if they're 99% men. School shooters are all, I mean, I don't know if you can find, you got to go back to the 70s.
I think there was one woman, and then she was a lesbian.
The I Don't Like Mondays girl from the 70s. Once in a while, you'll have a random girl. But it's safe to say it's always guys. Grown people who are shooters, always guys. I think part of it, at least at the school level, is for a long time, girls were getting not that much attention in school. They were falling behind in math. They were falling behind in reading because all the attention was being paid to the boys because it was just that kind of society. The boys are going to go on. They're going to get a job. The wives are going to have the kids and whatever. And so there was this huge cultural shift probably a quarter century ago to, hey, we should really start, the pendulum swung the other way. We should really start focusing on girls. And so they did that for a couple of decades. And then you had women going to college and graduating and getting degrees at a higher rate than men, which I think is probably currently still the case. What you had then was, allegedly, a generation of boys who would become men who felt like they were getting less attention. So it was like the pendulum swinging, maybe an overcorrection. I don't know. And I'm sure that's an oversimplification of it. But that's probably got something to do with why a generation of males felt they weren't being paid attention to.
But that equates
and then you throw social media in where everybody's told that if you can't get a girlfriend, it's the girl's fault and not yours. It's not that you're a jagoff who stares at his feet all day long. It's her fault, and she needs to pay, and, you know.
Again, everything you're saying could be true, but that equates to mass murder. Like, I don't know a person that wasn't bullied in school. Everyone on this show was bullied. Well, not
right,
Mary, she
but
was
we
popular,
but we didn't have. At least I didn't. I didn't have access to firearms.
I absolutely did. Yeah.
No. I don't know. I don't know.
Guns were around. My favorite game was 007 and Duke Nukem, which was killing pigs and killing people.
But did you have access to? Had you wanted one, did you have access to a gun?
Yeah.
Who had it?
Well, it wasn't at my house, but my uncle had a gun, and we got BB guns for Christmas. That's like what country kids.
But you're not going to kill someone with a BB gun.
But you're practicing shooting.
But the intent wasn't even there to think about bringing it to school or showing it off or anything like that. Like there was no one that brought a gun to school. And
I don't know. I think part of it might be the rise of social media, because the more desensitized you get to things in general,
and that's what I have to think.
The more desensitized you get to, you're able to dehumanize other people, and you go, well, they're not a person anymore. They're just somebody making me feel bad, or there's someone standing in the way of what I want, and so I'm going to remove them from the equation.
And that's what a lot of people do with racism and different bigotries, is to demean a certain group of people to make them seem less human or less than the person that looks down on them.
There are probably a lot of things, the confluence of a lot of things. Increased access to firearms, social media, fewer and fewer families that could afford to have a single income.
Mm-hmm.
So you have both parents. I mean, I wasn't
able to parent.
Well, not able. They just have time. They're both working, right? So not paying attention, whatever.
But again,
like I grew Gen Xers, like we were the latchkey kid generation, right? You'd come home, both parents were working. My mom didn't work, so my dad took us to school. My dad worked. So we were lucky that we weren't, but I had a lot of friends who were latchkey kids.
Yeah,
it was like the defining, for lack of a better word, it was the defining stereotype of our generation. We're latchkey kids. You go home, you're making something to eat.
Well, it was so,
you're watching TV.
It was such a definition that it became not just the definition, but the norm.
Yeah.
So, like, my generation, I think, Poundcake's mom was home, but she was working third shift.
You're sleeping.
So
yeah, she was asleep.
So she's asleep. Mary's mom, was she home or? But
well, my parents split when I was in. Oh man, I was young. I was
like
in
all
6th
through
grade.
elementary school though. So most of your elementary
But
school,
they were on opposite schedules.
Yeah.
So when my dad got home from work, he would take us to school, go to sleep, and then my mom would leave for work.
Mhm.
So my parents were never in the house at the same time.
Right. And was your mom there when you got home from work or from school?
Not that. I mean, all I remember is them never being there at the same time.
Yeah.
That there was never, like on a Saturday maybe, both my parents would be around. But they worked. My dad worked third shift, and I think my mom worked second, which is during the day. 2 to 10 or something.
Let me give you this money. A little late on it here. I almost forgot. It's the last chance today, this week, to grab $1,000, $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
And now, Tales from the Animal Kingdom with Jenna from Poland.
My dog is a bitch.
This has been Tales from the Animal Kingdom with Jenna from Poland.
I wonder if she's going to get cut in Lorraine. Or her dog. You think she means...
Nope. Based on the way Jenna throws around slurs, nope.
Okay. She means her dog is a bitch. Yeah, you kind of have to take her at her word, I guess. She's pretty literal. Not a lot of subtext. Oops. Not a lot of subtext with her, but listen, thank you. I appreciate her dipping her toe in. I was reading about the mutant wolves, the Chernobyl mutant wolves that have evolved to be resistant to cancer. And they're hoping that they can study them. The mutant wolves in and around Chernobyl show that they're resilient to cancer, and they're hoping that they can study them, which it seems ironic at best. But maybe there's something there. Just 38 years, a low-level exposure to cesium-137, and you can be cancer-free, like these mutant wolves. So they're going to study them. You never know what nature will hand over to you. Somebody caught some audio from one of these wolves. See if I can find it here. There it is.
Ferocious.
Indeed. The ferociousest. For the ferociousest.
Sounds of cancer-free.
Right? That's a howl of remission right there.
How sweet.
I'm going to break. We're going to get to the Bill Squire Friday Get Down and whatever else we got to get to before we split. 35192 to send me a text. If you want to watch, you can do it at alancoxshow.com, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Gina Carano is suing Disney, claiming she was fired from The Mandalorian.
Authority Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is that what you want to do? Think about it, Alan. Once divorced and a broken man.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Not long now. Bill Squire Friday Get Down is on the way. And we can put this all to bed. 35192 to text me if you're listening on iHeartRadio. Tell me where you do it if it's out of state. I'd like to know where the bureau chiefs are. Diane listens in St. Louis. Tom's in Carbondale, Pennsylvania. Rachel is in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Josh and Mallory listen in Denver. And you'll hear the Cavs game on the iHeartRadio app tomorrow night. They're in Toronto. They just beat the Nets in Brooklyn last night. That was 118-95. 8th straight win for the Cavs. So they'll play the Raptors tomorrow night, 7:30. 7 o'clock pregame. We'll get all that going. And then immediately after the game is our metal show here on the Buzzard. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. And it probably won't start at 10. I doubt that the game will go that quickly. But immediately following the Cavs postgame, you'll get 120 minutes of metal. It's me, Corey Roddick, Pat Butler, and it's a lot of fun. So if you're into metal, you should definitely tune in because there's a lot of good stuff planned for tomorrow night. And then Sunday morning, it's the Week in Cox. Bill and Poundcake are your hosts.
I'm going to be spending all day with you.
I know. 2 hours, the best stuff from the week. 8 a.m. on Sundays. I assume it will be their big Super Bowl Sunday edition.
Oh, yeah. All sorts
of the Week in Cox. I can't wait to hear what you guys have got planned for Sunday morning.
Really blow your mind.
Because then, now will Poundcake just come over straight for the to get the party going?
No,
after
because that's so early.
Right.
That's an all-day event.
We're done at 10.
Bill
and
gotta
then
clean his apartment.
Well, apartment's clean.
Yeah, he doesn't have his laundry in bags, Poundcake.
Neither do I anymore.
Oh, yeah?
They're all over the floor.
You need to do laundry, so I'll have my laundry done. Not that will affect the cleanliness of my house because I don't keep my laundry on the floor or anything. It's just in hampers.
Okay.
But I'll have everything nice and clean and ready to go. Have plenty of yummy food.
Yummy food?
Oh, yeah, yummy food.
Wow.
I like yummy food.
Okay.
Not healthy.
What
Not
luck
going to be
am I
healthy.
gonna bring?
Well, what kind of liquor are you going to bring?
I have to think about it. Because I don't want to just do the same old. Like, I've done vodka, I've done tequila. I don't know. I'm feeling a little champagne-y.
Why don't you do shots of gin?
No.
You're 1,000 years old. Who does a shot of gin?
I've done gin, and it doesn't keep me drunk for very long. I don't know if me and gin get along well.
All right.
You think it's champagne? You might bring some champagne with you?
I might bring some cooks, yeah.
Cooks. Some brute.
Just enough.
All right, just keep it in the
count.
bag so people in my building don't see it. Oh, there's a ne'er-do-well coming in with a bottle of Cooks.
Yeah, I saw a hooligan in the elevator.
You guys don't shop for your liquor at a gas station?
No,
there's a liquor
not
store.
at the gas station.
I know there is.
There's our Sapel's, the old.
I'm aware.
I love that grocery store. It's the best.
I've still never been.
Oh, well, go in there. They have a good selection.
What about Simone's? That's over there in.
That's on the other side of Lakewood.
Oh, it is. You guys are over by the lake. You
Yeah,
guys
we're
are
on 117.
You're in Fancy Town.
Well, it is
Fancy.
not all fancy around us. There are some fancy parts, but then you go a couple blocks in any direction pretty much, and it gets real unfancy real fast.
It gets less fancy.
I always use the term, Poundcake nailed it, hood adjacent.
Yeah, every place I have lived, I'm not tough enough for the hood. So every place I lived has been cheap because it was hood adjacent. Like you go a block in any direction,
right?
You're in the hood, but your specific area,
it's nice.
Not hood. Yeah, it's decent. You can walk your dog 3 seconds and be okay.
All right.
Just your block. You got to go around a square block and you're fine. But step 1 foot on the other side of the street, pow, pow, pow.
What kind of liquor would you want? I'll make some cocktails.
Tequila.
You want to do some tequila cocktails? We can do that.
So I have margarita mix that I haven't used all, so I could bring those flavors over if you want.
I don't like that cheap, gross margarita mix. Though.
I don't know if it's cheap or gross.
But it's like that pre-mixed stuff. Like I'd rather make.
Cuervo makes like a pre-mix that's all right.
All right.
I was gonna say because I got it for Christmas. It was like a margarita kid. And
Should I borrow Grandma's Margaritaville margarita machine?
Oh yeah.
We'll go all out.
Doesn't that just crank out frozen ones though?
Yeah.
You want frozen or you want just on the rocks pound cake?
I'm more of a on the rocks type.
All right, then we'll do on the rocks. We'll do some margaritas. We can do that. I got a nice little
Make
bar.
sure you have enough ice if you're going to be whipping up cocktails.
Oh, I know.
This Usher concert at the football game on Sunday is going to be awesome.
You're gonna have to be telling me what's going on with Usher because I don't know anything about Usher. That's not my guy.
You'll recognize more than you think you will.
You're probably right. A lot of that just comes down to because there's so many features and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, that's Usher. I didn't know that was an Usher song. I know the Lil Jon one with but I don't know. I don't go deep.
Like an Usher song. Stop.
I don't know the Usher songs that well because
let's play Is This Usher?
Yeah. Is this Usher?
You tell me.
That's your question.
That's Usher. Never heard that.
Now I know how people feel when you guys give me rock trivia.
Right.
Because I'm like, how could you not know that this is?
And this is a rock station, pound cake. So advantage us.
But also, okay.
You should skip to the middle so we can hear the singing.
Can't skip, Mary.
I'm gonna guess Usher, but I don't know the song at all. That's just a guess.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go one more. This one I know is Usher.
Yeah.
That's the only one.
2 beats.
I knew that one. That's Falling in Love Tonight, right?
DJ got us falling in love.
Yeah, okay, I know that
Pitbull.
one. I know that one.
Falling in love.
Yeah, that's why I was saying go from the middle because he says his name a lot.
Oh.
Usher, baby.
He does say his name a lot, doesn't he?
But I already missed it, so I wouldn't have probably got it wrong.
It's like whatever I do, just can't get through to you. I'm never gonna tell you nothing wrong.
Is this Usher?
Listen.
I'm gonna guess yes. Usher?
They've all been Usher.
They've all
The
been
immortal
Usher.
words of Usher. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is Usher.
Oh, that's actually not even Usher saying that. Though.
Hell no. I've heard rumors that he's bringing out Justin Bieber and Alicia Keys. That's so funny. I wish they didn't break that news. I want to be surprised. Why do they always want to just dish it out?
You should subscribe to the stuff that I subscribe to because then I had no idea that they were going to bring any of those people out.
It was major outlets like TMZ.
Yeah. I only go to TMZ on Tuesday mornings.
For your inside sources.
Right.
It doesn't even matter.
Inside sources.
This is how bad social media has gotten. It doesn't even matter whether you follow something or not. If friends of yours follow or like something, you see it. And so other people were commenting.
Why does that make it bad? You mean you want to be surprised?
That's what I'm saying. Even if I didn't follow TMZ, I would have seen it anyways because my friend saw it because it popped up and it shows everyone who's liked the post.
And that would make it more exciting if you didn't know they were coming on?
Yeah, because when Beyonce...
But if you do know, you can still enjoy the anticipation of it.
Yeah, what if they don't end up being there?
What if it's all lies? What if it's fake news?
Just like to be
what if it's a false flag operation?
I don't know.
Is that an Usher song?
False flag operation? He's like, baby, I didn't give you the herp, or whatever that song was from The Faculty.
I hope he plays that I Don't Mind song, that you dance on up, ho, and he has bitches coming down from the top of the arena. It is Vegas after all. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, we'll see.
They'll twirl on a pole.
It's all going to be a surprise to me.
Mm-hmm.
Vegas is there's so much stuff to do in Vegas that we drove past the Sphere, but I didn't even notice Allegiant Stadium. We drove past it, and I didn't even know
How'd you not notice it?
I didn't notice it because I was looking at the strip, and it's on the other side of the strip.
Yeah.
So
It's a big black ball. How can you?
because I was like, oh, it must be on the outskirts, but like, no, it's like right off of downtown. And
Yeah.
I never seen it while I was there. I was like, wow, that's big. Like the Sphere wasn't even done when we went, and that was like right by our hotel room. So we saw it. We didn't see it lit up, but we saw it. I didn't even see Allegiant Stadium once, but it's massive.
Yeah, pretty big. Hey, it is it's the Lunar New Year. Happy Lunar New Year, everybody. 5:59 Eastern. I don't, for those who celebrate, I don't know if anyone here on the show celebrates the Lunar New Year, but it's the Year of the Dragon now. So if you're like, God, I can't wait until the Year of the Rabbit's over, well, you don't have to wait any longer. If you pay attention to that stuff. Year of the Dragon is now underway. So you guys want to go to Asia Town tonight to celebrate, do some karaoke? Grab a ball waffle?
Oh.
You want to do that?
That does sound fun.
You don't want to do that, Cody?
I'll answer for him. No, we're not doing that.
You can sing
He's
Usher.
forgotten his own name. Right. Well, happy Lunar New Year for the, we've got to have a couple of Asian listeners, right? They're probably already out there partying over on the east side. And it usually means a baby boom, too. At the beginning of the Lunar New Year, you know, people get horny.
Is that science?
That's science, of course. I mean, don't people get horny at the, like, on American New Year, people get horny.
People get drunk.
And horny.
There are a lot
One
of
goes
New
to the
Year's
other. They go
babies.
hand in hand.
Yep. All them September babies.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, Alan, how you doing?
Oh, I'm good. What's going on?
Another day, another headache.
Mm-hmm. I feel you.
So I was wondering who y'all rooting for Sunday, Niners or Chiefs?
Oh, I don't know that I'm rooting. I feel like the Chiefs are considered such a shoe-in that I don't like that. But I don't have skin in the game. I mean, I don't know. Now that Janine Garofalo isn't part of the 49ers organization anymore, that was the one thing keeping me interested in that whole
Don't
thing.
laugh
but
at it. Don't laugh at it.
Bill's telling you not to laugh at something,
Don't
Joe.
laugh at the Janine Garofalo thing. Don't do that.
Listen to Bill and don't laugh at things he tells you not to laugh at.
You know
I can't
better.
help it. Sorry.
You know better.
I can't help
You know better than to laugh at the Janine Garofalo thing.
I can't help it.
I
Can't
don't
help
have a choice. You know, I'm just there for the competition and the camaraderie. Joe, I'm just there hoping that everybody has a good time.
That's fair enough. That's cool. But side note, though, if y'all gonna put Devin Hester in the Hall of Fame, you gotta put Josh Cribbs in there too.
Agreed.
I'm all for it. Yeah, of course.
Because he actually has more kick returns than Devin Hester.
Yeah, Devin Hester was the specialty. His specialty was punt returns. Cribbs was more kickoff returns.
Yeah.
Actually, they both were like just as equal, but because they both did punt returns and kickoff returns.
Right, but I was saying like of the touchdowns. But they're both great.
Yeah,
Both great. Put
Hester's
them both
going to
in.
be the first guy of his ilk to get into the Hall of Fame. So, do you have money on one of the teams, Joe? Is that what we're getting to here?
No, just asking y'all.
Oh,
who
yeah.
y'all got.
Yep. I mean, I have placed a significant amount of money on both Usher and Taylor Swift prop bets. So
Oh, boy.
we'll see how that plays out. I have $5,000 on Taylor Swift pouring orange Gatorade on the winning coach.
You may lose that money there.
With both fingers crossed, I can't possibly lose.
Okay.
All right. Good luck, Joe.
Yep.
Thank you, pal. There's Joe. Yeah, I don't have.
I really don't have. I don't want one team to win more than the other. I really just want it to be a competitive game that's exciting all the way through. That would.
You don't
be
want to
nice.
blow out.
I don't want to blow out. And I don't want it to be like 9-3 either. Like I want it to be exciting.
You want double digits.
Yeah, I just want a good game. I want a good, exciting game. I guess I would rather the 49ers win just because, just getting a little tiresome of the Chiefs winning.
Right. 49ers are a 2-point favorite, so I don't think the Chiefs are a shoo-in. Yeah, okay, but what I'm saying is conventional wisdom is that the Chiefs are going to win the Super Bowl again, is what I'm saying. 2-point favorites is barely a favorite. It's not like they're like, yeah, I mean, obviously nobody who gets to the Super Bowl is going to be favored by 10 or something like that. But, I mean, why are the 49ers considered a favorite?
They have a really great offense.
Yeah. Listen, I would love to see the 49ers win. I really would, because I think
the 49ers had a better regular season record. They had more dominant wins. The Chiefs had a really rough season. So that's why I think they're the underdog, because they weren't the dominant Chiefs that they've been through all the years, and then they turned it on in the playoffs and made it to the Super Bowl again.
Yeah.
But it's not been like they've done it in the past.
I'll put it to you this way. I would like to see the 49ers win, because that would give Patrick Mahomes less of an opportunity to have to speak.
There's
and
a
I
good
think
reason.
that's a plus.
Yeah.
He won't have to give any.
wanted to do this thing. We did it. Thanks God. Yeah.
The fewer post-game interviews he's expected to give, the happier I'll be. Even if they lose, he'll have to do something. But it won't be to the extent that it would be if, in fact, they won again. I think a lot of people are focused on the Travis Kelce thing, and that's so I think psychologically there's a lot of people who think they would like the Chiefs to win, but I don't care.
I propose a drinking game.
Okay, what is it?
Every time they show Taylor Swift, have to take a shot.
Bet. Let's do
He'll
it.
die.
Yeah, but for all the we talked about this before, for all the people complaining about how much they show Taylor Swift,
That's why we got to make it.
it was
worth our while.
44 seconds total in the playoff game. So it was like they would show her.
But they cut to her like
That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about
8
screen
times.
time. I'm
Yeah.
talking about every time they show her.
every time they cut to her.
Yeah.
That's a shot.
Yeah.
So 44 shots could be, yeah.
Well, I don't think they're cutting to her for a second, but you could end up doing like 6 or 7 shots. You'll get pretty wasted.
I'm down to do that.
Schwasted.
All right.
Because
I'm at home, so I'm fine with that.
I have no reason seeing, and I'm walking home.
And you're walking, so you don't care.
What if I get shanked though?
You're not in Lorraine.
We're good. We're good. And also, the walk to your place from my place, I think you can cut through a couple of parking lots, and it's real fast.
Are you worried about that, Cody? You worried about cutting through parking lots and getting lost?
I'm black and gay in these streets. You never know what happens.
Like, where's the safest place to be black and gay?
What does that mean? Well, safest place to be gay. What does that mean?
I'm vulnerable. I'm a target. I just got to be cognizant.
You want me to walk you home? Is that
No.
what you're saying?
You want to be able to carry your books?
No, I'm gonna probably Instagram Live. I'm walking back home, just so I can.
Just so you can stay safe.
There's a visual account of what's going
Yeah,
on.
no, definitely let randos know where you are.
Exactly where I am.
Yep, good way to stay safe.
Geotagged.
Yep.
I always call it.
It's like the people that go, hey, we're on vacation, and their house is robbed while they're gone.
Yeah, I'm always on the phone with a friend when I walk home alone from anywhere.
So that if you get shanked, they can hear?
They could call 911.
I see. You don't dial 9-1 and then hold your finger over the other one as you're walking around?
No.
Oh. Okay. I mean, you could do it that way, too. Well, I certainly hope nothing happens to you on the way back from Bill's, because it will be dark.
I know. And there's crackheads.
Are there a lot of crackheads in Lakewood?
Maybe closer to where he lives.
You know, Bill pays a lot of money to not have to deal with crackheads over on his side of the. He's in a lakefront high-rise.
Operational. I don't want to hear whatever he's trying.
What's
to say.
operational?
He just got his street opened up.
Oh, is that true?
It was like all closed up.
Yeah.
Oh.
That was annoying.
What, repaving or?
Yeah, they had some sewer thing that they were doing, so it's just all gutted for a while.
Oh, okay. You ready?
Yes, let's do it, please.
Mary?
I've been ready. I've never wanted to get down more.
See, yeah, that's why I put it off, because I was like, we're going to get her to want this get down. And she does want it.
Have a drink on me. Everybody have a drink on me. Hey, hey, everybody drink on me. Brother Leslie, how?
All right, the Bill Squire Friday Get Down in honor of the late, great Murray Saul here at WMMS is how we begin the weekend. Take it away, Wayne.
It's Friday and you got to get down on Friday. It's a big game on Sunday. Make your bets on the money line or the over and under. But my style is the prop bets. Prop better, prop better, prop better. It's Friday. There you go.
What prop bet are you going to be making, you know?
For me to know and also find out, because I don't know any of them.
I was going to say, me to find out? I'd like to find out. Stephen Cann points out devotion to accuracy in Lakewood. They are called Whitney heads. So just keep your head on a swivel, Poundcake. All right, there you go. Your weekend is now officially underway. Happy Lunar New Year. And we'll take one last break here. Come back, wrap everything up. Want to get the final word in? You can shoot a text, 35192, and we'll be back.
Show everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This is Doug Gottlieb. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Floor Coverings International.
Two-time Cy Young winner Corey Kluber announced his retirement today after 13 years in the majors. Kluber spent the prime of his career with the Guardians. Browns quarterback Joe Flacco reiterated his hope to play for someone next season during a red carpet interview at NFL Honors last night. And a Super Bowl for the ages is set to